Oh, I see you're on. And, okay, welcome. This is a Weber County Commission work session. We're glad to have you here. This is not a public meeting. This is a public meeting, but it's not a public hearing, so no public comments will be taken. We don't have any minutes to approve, but this is Monday, the 23rd of September. Commissioner Sharon Bolos is seated immediately to my right. I'm Commissioner Harvey, and we've excused Commissioner Gage Froer today. Our first discussion today is item number one. It's a health insurance discussion. We have Ms. Wild, Mr. Park, Ms. Ebert, and our team of professionals here. Ms. Wild, why don't you start the discussion? Then I guess you'll go to Mr. Park.
Yeah, so we wanted to present to you kind of the information we received for the increases for our health insurance this year. So we have some different options that we want to present to you to determine, I guess, best course of action next year. So if you'll go to the next.
The slides order is slightly different.
Oh.
Well,
we can go to this one, yeah.
Okay.
So just as kind of a show, so we have had really high claims really since 2018. So we've seen some really large increases over the last couple of years, especially when we hit to 2020, 2021, and even 2022. So we're starting to trend downhill slowly, which is good. But we still did originally receive a high increase from Select Health at 14%. And I said, go out to bid, we're not going to accept 14%. So they came back and so we have two options with Select Health, and we'll go over those options. And then we have another company that did bid that we can look at that would be basically the only contender out of those that we went out to bid with. The others came back with increases at Select Health or higher. So these are kind of the options. So Select Health came back with some options. So option one is an 11.5 increase. So that's down from their original 14 to 11.5 for 2025, and then a cap at 9% for 2026. Or the second option would be a 9.5 increase for next year with no cap for 2026. And then next year we would be through the same thing. We would see what they come back based on our claims. And if we don't like it, go out to bid. So there just would be no guarantee in year two. The other option that came in this year is PEHP. So PEHP came in with a 7% increase for 2025, and then a cap for the second year of 7.5% in 2026. So those are the kind of the options that came in that we can look at for next year.
so we'll talk dollars. So if we went with that first option and said, okay, we're gonna take 11.5% and accept a guarantee of 9% from Select Health, it would cost us $727,000 more than if we went with PEHP at the 7 and 7.5%. That's assuming that we went up to the 9% cap, right? It's possible if our claims are really low that we don't go up to the 9%, but let's just assume we're hitting the cap on both of them. So over 2 years, we would save $727,000 if we went to PEHP. If you look at the other option where we take the 9.5%, well, the savings in the first year is only $279,000. There's really not a savings that we can guesstimate in 2026 because I don't know what the increase would be. Could be way high, could be way. I mean, we just don't know. So those are kind of the two options we have. We could save $727,000 for 2 years. We could save $280,000 for 1 year. And then if you were to look at what this looked at on a employee level, so this is the option one, 11.5%. So if you can see, oh yeah, you can see my mouse over here. So employees would be paying on a family plan, if we went with PEHP, an additional $6.79 per paycheck. If we stayed on Select Health, it'd be paying $11 and 16 cents more a pay period. So, you know, it's $4 more a pay period, $8 a month. The county, on the other hand, would be paying about $40 more per pay period or $80 per month. If we were to stay with Select Health. If you look at what it would be is if we went to the 9.5% with no guarantee, we're roughly the same type of thing. So we're going from $61 to $83 a pay period. So it's $22 or 44 per month. And the employee portion is almost negligible on that. So as we were looking at this and discussing, well, what makes sense? 720, $700,000 plus is a lot of money to save over 2 years. And so we asked GBS, our broker,
Yep.
to go back and run our claims data through Select Health and PEHP to see on a claim by claim basis what's cheaper. In the past, PEHP has always been more expensive than Select Health. And so we ran that through and we found out, hey, you know what? It's the same thing. If you go in for knee surgery on Select Health and you go and Steph goes into knee surgery for PEHP, she's going to get charged more than I am because IHC gives Select Health better rates than they give PEHP. So in the past, they're cheaper. They have been cheaper. I suspect the reason why they're higher this time is because they have so much PTSD with all of our high claims lately that they're like, we got to make up some of this money that we've paid. So that's why right now it's higher. But I suspect PEHP is giving us a good rate, like switch your car insurance. We'll give you a lower rate and then it's gonna bump back up to hit those claims because they have to make money too. But in the long run, PEHP pays more for a claim than Select Health. So I think we're seeing kind of a temporary imbalance where PEHP is looking cheaper right now and is probably cheaper for 2 years. But I think Select Health is probably the cheaper option in the long run. Now, the question is then, well, can you switch to PEHP for a few years and then switch back? And there is a huge disruption cost when we jump carrier. So I wouldn't say that. I'd say if we decide to move, then we move and we stick there for a decade. Because you're going to go and doctor's gonna say, like, guess what? You're no longer on our insurance, even though it's the same network. Your copays are gonna be different. You can't go to Smith's Medicare or Smith's Pharmacies anymore, for example, if we jump to PEHP. Lots of things change. So
They're in the same network though?
So you can have the IHC PEHP network, so it would be the same IHC network, but your costs are gonna be different. So first of all, there's no guarantee that your doctor would be signed up with PEHP, right? Even though they're IHC, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that your doctor is going to be a provider for PEHP. And then there's no guarantee that the cost that as an employee you would pay the same, right? So maybe you go into your son's pediatrician and they're Select Health and you're on the high deductible plan and you pay $50. Well, you could pay $100 with PEHP. So there's a very unknown cost there, except for the fact that we do know that PEHP, the claims overall are more expensive. So overall, they're more expensive than Select Health. And then the formularies for your prescriptions are never going to match up. So as an employee, maybe you're used to paying, I don't know, $25 for whatever prescription, and it could be different with PEHP. It could be more, it could be less. So there is an unknown there. So that's what that disruption cost is. So having to possibly switch doctors or pharmacies or pay more. So there's a huge disruption cost, I would say. And then additionally with PEHP, so how it works is that you share the risk with everybody else in the pool. So it's called a local government risk pool. And so while they might come in and give us a low rate, guarantee for 2 years, but we're pooled with everybody else in PEHP. So maybe, Davis County and Box Elder County, I know they're on PEHP, but if they run really high and we run low, then we're going to absorb some of that cost.
So it's the same thing that other members have been facing with our costs, right? We pushed everybody else up probably in Select Health.
So Select Health,
And we're the big dog too.
if we move to PEHP, we would be considered one of the major ones. So yeah, so we could Select Health. They're just looking at us as a Weber County. They don't
Select Health isn't
compare us.
on the the big network like
Yeah.
PHP is.
Yeah, we're not
We're,
pooled.
we're
our own.
individualized.
We're our own, so we're just, our risk is just our employees versus PHP. Our risk also includes how Davis County is doing, how Box Elder County is doing, how all of those other, government agencies are doing their on that. So we're taking on some different type of risk moving over to PEHP.
So they're taking on our risk and we're taking on theirs.
Yeah,
Yes.
which is fine. It pools insurance, so maybe we wouldn't have had such high increases the last few years, but then we would start to do better. We would still have increases because somebody else was doing worse, right? We're pooling the risk.
Yeah.
So I tried to just summarize the considerations. If everything was about equal, I would say this is a no-brainer. Stay with Select Health. The disruption costs way outweigh any, small benefit. But $700,000+ over 2 years is big enough that we wanted to bring it to you commissioners so that you guys could weigh in and give us your opinions on this. So overall, Select Health has lower cost of claims. So we had them run we took out the top 3 claims and threw those out and then said, run the next 10 or 20 claims and compare them with what did Select Health pay, what would have PEHP paid. Select Health was 17.7% cheaper on the Metro claims. PEHP was 4.3% cheaper on the pharmacy. Right now, we can't do this for everybody because there's just too many variables of combination. So historically, Select Health is cheaper, although not currently. And if we stay with Select Health, there's no change to existing for the benefits of providers. On the other side, PHP is slightly cheaper right now, and could be in the future. I don't know. They don't use Smith's Pharmacy, so if you get your blood pressure medication from Smith's, you got to find a new pharmacy to go get it from, and your out-of-pocket costs are going to change. And there is that one-time disruption cost is now everybody has to get their new insurance card, make sure their doctors, their pediatricians, you're halfway through a treatment, your doctor may no longer be covered. So it's a big.
And in my opinion is the one-time disruption cost is probably huge for those employees and family members who are in the middle of treatments, right? Like, I mean, if you're in the middle of cancer treatment and, that could be a huge disruption cost if you've got to now figure out where to go or, I would hope, my example, cancer doctors are all on the different plans, but just the cost of the medication and all of that. So, I mean, if you're somebody like me who doesn't really have health problems and I go once or twice a year, that disruption cost is pretty low, but those are on, monthly treatments. That's a huge disruption cost. So,
So what commissioners we are hoping to get from you is your opinion as to which one of these to pursue. If you would like us to pursue PEHP, we would like your permission to go out and do a survey to the department heads and the employees and ask them for what their opinions are and basically to try to get their buy-in on if we're gonna switch and you're gonna go through this huge disruption cost, to save some money, we want them to tell us or at least give their
That's
opinion
what
on
I
that.
want. That's what I want.
Have the employees make the
Just
decision,
give,
they do a survey.
I would really like that. Cause it's a lot of money.
it's
It
a
is a
lot
lot
of
of
The
money,
first 2 years.
it's a lot of money.
And we just don't know
and-
what years 3 and 4 and 5, we don't know.
Right,
On either plan.
right,
Other than historically PEHP, and you're right, we don't know, but historically PEHP runs more expensive, so. I worry that in 5 or 7 years, we will not have saved any money because they're more expensive for each claim that they pay. So instead of paying $170, we pay $200 with them. So our claims are gonna be higher. So that's my fear, is that even now we can see that Select Health claims, they pay less per claim than PEHP does. So if we can get our employees healthy, we would reap the benefit of that.
well, and just to kind of speak to healthy, so, I mean, that's one of the things that I think, we're gonna ramp up for next year is our wellness. And the goal being, we've got to get our employee base healthy so that we can keep the claims cost down. And Select Health with GBS, they do have better options, a lot better wellness options. As well as if we were to ever want to move to a self-funded plan, where if we run really good, we can keep savings and reapply that. Select Health would be the one to stay with because they have better options for self-funding than PEHP ever will. So, I mean, that's in the future, if we can get our employee base healthy, improve our wellness initiatives, get more people thinking about, wellness to try and keep the claims and the cost down, Select Health has better options. But to your point, I do think if the thought is to move to PEHP, that we should ask employees.
Do you have information like out-of-pocket maximums, deductibles to
They
send to
would
the
be the same.
employees?
So Select Health and PHP, they're the exact same out of pocket and deductibles are the same. They're not changing from this year.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's an awful lot of money. If it were closer, I would say it's a no-brainer, stay with
Sure,
Select
yeah.
Health. But if you were to go to Select Health, we have those two different options, and I would actually say I would rather take the 9.5% increase in 2025. And then if they come back with too big of an increase in 2026, we go out and do the bid process again. I don't want to take 11.5% increase when I could take a 9.5% increase. But those are the different options that we have. So this is going to be a big deal in terms of how much money we have available in the budget, which is why we're doing this now and not waiting till the budget hearings. Just to try to, if we want to do a survey, we want to get going on this so that we can get that data back into you in time to make decisions for the tentative budget. I guess, Emily, you have a recommendation, right? What was your?
if you want my recommendation is probably stick with Select Health and do the option 2 9.5% increase. And then focus on wellness for next year so that we can hopefully, get our employee base on the healthier side to keep our claims costs down so they continue to trend down. That would be my
And
recommendation.
you, just to restate your position
I would
is,
really like to see a survey. I mean, I would want the employees or the department heads to know and understand what the unknowns are. But also what the cost savings will be for the employees and their paychecks, so they,
Yeah,
I don't know, I'm the wrong person to ask. I don't use the insurance. When I was raising my kids, we just never had major things, so I guess I'm the wrong person to ask. So I'd like to reach out to them and see what they think.
that's a great perspective. We use insurance, but we haven't this year. What really, the racket of it is PEHP pays more than IHC. I do know several doctors that hate IHC. They hate their organization and
So
don't
can I
work for 'em.
clarify, when you say pay more, I wanna make sure you're both saying the same thing. The discounts
Are
for
not-
IHC are bigger for Select Health.
Mhm.
So the employee
Pays
their
less.
claim. Okay,
Yeah, the
Because it's
employee
their
pays
insurance, right?
less.
Isn't their insurance?
The employee pays less.
The employee pays less when they go to have their knee surgery, for example, than they would if they were on PHP. If they
Cause the discount's bigger.
Yeah, IHC is willing to cut themselves a deal because they're Select Health. And so they give themselves a
Right.
better rate, so they have, yeah,
Hey, I hate this conversation.
Probably why
Now we're
doctors
starting to
like
talk about
hate
insurance.
IHC.
So what happens is the $5 a month savings, $5
Will be
paycheck
paid in
saving. Will be
procedures.
made up as soon as you have one procedure in 3 years or 5 years. That one procedure that's all wiped away now.
true.
Could be, yep.
From the cold-hearted accounting standpoint, that's the employee's issue, not the employer's issue, because the employer is saving $20 a pay period by not having to contribute as much, and then the cost of that is being borne by the employee. Now, as an employee, I'm like, that doesn't sound good.
As an employee, though, that's a big deal because the healthier you are, the better an employee you are. And
Yeah.
if you feel like your family is taken care of and can get the healthcare needs that,
But let's face it, I mean, that's, fact of the matter is the reason those claim, it's just. And it could be that we're coming down, listen, I don't have an issue with bidding it out, but it would have to be, I just will say right now, it would have to be incredibly compelling for me to make a switch. I like your option. I like your suggestion. Based on what you said and your recommendation, you being in the space, that's where I'm at. I don't mind doing a survey. But know from me, we do a survey and it may be an effort in futility because I'm not likely gonna make that choice unless it's absolutely 80 or 90% people wanna go to PEHP.
Do we know
Yeah.
how Select Health calculates its rate? Because the last 2 years, we did not, they made money off of that, didn't it? It didn't, that slide that you
They
showed?
lost money.
The last two
I
years.
thought I not, like, with these 2 years, they're gonna be making. money, right?
So making money, so if you lose $90, then $65, then $95, and then you make $3, it's not like you're making money. You still are in the hole on our account, right? So you look at this, that's why they don't wanna lose us, is because they still wanna make up some of those lost premiums. They're in the hole big time.
So let me ask another question though. Yeah, these big lost premiums, this wasn't trending up. This wasn't, I mean. COVID? Is that, does every county have this? Is this just the big conglomerate now trying to make back its market share in that space?
We had that massive claim.
Mhm.
and that
Oh,
could be
yeah.
So
driving
we
it
had a
up.
couple
We did.
really
That's
high
huge.
dollars, so,
Gone.
yeah,
It's
that,
dropped now. That's what you mean. You look where we're at now, we're under 97, we're 97% and estimated 94%.
But how
So-
far can they go back though, when they're calculating our next rate for 2025? I mean, because if it's dropping down, when we have an argument to say it really shouldn't be going up that much.
Well, that's what we've done. They came back at starting at 16%, then we
Yeah.
argued to 14, now we're down potentially a 9.5.
yeah, so we're arguing that it is going down, that actually the top 3 claims for the last 2 years have dropped off. I think that there is another one that's going to be dropping off. Like in 2020, we had the highest COVID claim in the state of Utah, and that was not our top dollar claim. But, so we had the highest COVID claim in the state of Utah, and then we had that really high, like, claim plus a couple others, so the high dollar ones are starting to drop off. So in my opinion, now is the time to really start, okay, we need to ramp up our wellness, right? I mean, of course, cancers are gonna happen and no matter, wellness or not, but trying to get our overall employee base a little bit more focused on wellness so we can continue to trend down and then hopefully not have to
Well,
see these two,
Select Health has some really cool features too, as far as you can plug in all your prescriptions and they'll calculate to find cheaper alternatives that you can talk to your doctor about and save you quite a bit of money each month.
they do have better like online functionality than PEHP. Along with, one thing that we're gonna put out there, I don't know if you've heard of the Mark Cuban prescription, but that works directly with Select Health. And so they can pay for cheaper prescriptions through Mark Cuban's program. But then Select Health will let them apply that to their out of pocket and height and all of that versus PEHP doesn't do that. They would have to, like you as a person would have to get all of the forms, fill it out, send it into PEHP. Select Health, you don't have to do that. You just have to, they'll do it in behalf of the person. So there are some tools that Select Health has that PEHP doesn't have.
Another amazing benefit that Select Health has that I don't know many people know about. And maybe it's not just unique to Select Health, I don't know if that's what you're talking about, like a prescription that has a manufacturer's coupon. Some of them will actually apply that savings to your out-of-pocket maximum, and so it can really reduce the pressure that's on an employee.
Yeah, so it's the same concept, whether it's a coupon, whether you've signed up to get your prescriptions through the Mark Cuban program. It's basically a discount on the prescription you pay out of pocket, but then they will apply that to your.
It's amazing.
So, they have tools like that PEHP does not have. So I think my job needs to be marketing those programs so that employees understand those. That's part of what we need to push out wellness wise. But So
Yeah.
that's why my recommendation is to stay with Select Health and do the 9.5 increase.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any issues with that. The only thought I had is I just worry that PEHP savings are long-term. I think it's, you switch your insurance and you get a really discounted rate, and then you have these double-digit increases the next years after that to
Well,
get you
yeah,
right where you are. Because we pay higher claims, or because PHP pays more for the same level of service. That's my only fear, is that
yeah, sure.
this is a short-term savings for 2 years. Now, I can't quantify that other than what has happened in the past. They've been more expensive. Using that same argument that they'd be more expensive. So I don't know that it saves us any money.
Well, especially when you consider that Select Health is IHC.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They're always
They're
gonna
always
give
gonna get
themselves the
themselves
better rate.
better, yeah. So you're probably right.
So if you would like us to do a survey, we're happy to do that. I
No,
would,
don't worry about it.
I'm okay.
It's all right. We probably won't be switching anyway. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to throw this in.
Yeah,
Are we happy with the GB8 or
GBS,
GBS.
are you happy with GBS?
yes. Mhm.
Okay, because I'm still leery about them coming in and giving us a lower bid from where we were. So, okay, we're in the first year of it.
Right,
Yeah.
right. We're in the first year, yes. So far, I'm really happy with,
Okay,
I mean, they've really gone to bat because, I think GBS has gone back to Select Health for me like 5 times, cause they kept coming in with high and I just said, no, I'm not doing this, and, so they've really gone to, bat with Select Health and gotten us down to this 9.5. So, yeah,
So if we stay with them, commissioners, are you okay with us do you have a preference on option 1 versus option 2 at Select Health?
Option 2.
I think option 2 is the right option to do.
Mhm.
Okay.
I think.
peace, man.
All right, with that then, I guess Emily, if you'll let them know that that's what we want to do, we'll get those rates finalized. We'll plug those in for the budgets, so we have that ready for next week. And we'll use that, we'll fund those increases.
okay,
Thank you,
thank you.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
Riley just sent me the nicest.
They were very happy. They had lots of compliments and comments and where'd you find this place? So
Good,
Okay,
lots of
Thanks.
cute little
Thank you.
candid pictures
yeah, that's
that
great,
people are sending them and stuff like that. And beautiful views.
yeah.
So those were the ones without you in them.
The beautiful
The
views.
Sorry, it's coffee.
Just you.
No, it's okay, true.
Now Jane, on the other hand.
Right.
We're gonna just pause the meeting for a second. So
Scott, I got the.
for those of you online, we'll be right back.
I'm as the project manager for our Causey access project.
Wonderful, great. Thank you so much. We're at our commission work session for this Monday, September 23rd. We're now on item 2, which is the Causey Access Project update. You're listed as Bill Ross, Gary Myers, Scott Park, Joe Hadley, and Sean Wilkinson. We have that entire team here. We'll start with Mr. Ross, and as much as you are listed first, sir.
Well, it's premised on.
I'll take it. Is that all right, Commissioner?
Please.
Okay. So commissioners, and we have Tammy Eggers on the Zoom call with us here. She's the project manager for this Causey Access project. Hi, Tammy. And we're gonna turn some time over to her and let her talk through this project, but we wanted to let you know on your agenda tomorrow is the first modification to our funding agreement, our overall agreement with the project partners. So we have Forest Service, Central Federal Lands, the county, the Bureau of Reclamation, everyone involved in this Causey project will sign this document. It's a memorandum of agreement. And as part of that, our funding commitment is part of that. So a few weeks ago, commissioners, we had a conversation about adding county funding to this project. And our commitment would go from $375,000 up to $575,000. About $20,000 of that is an in-kind match, and that's for our right-of-way acquisition. So our out-of-pocket cash commitment would be $555,000. Now, commissioners, you said as part of that, you wanted, if we were going to contribute that extra money, you wanted to make sure that Skull Crack would get paved as part of the project, all the way out to that Causey Estates gate, essentially. Now, we can't guarantee that that will happen, and Tammy can speak to some of the reasons for that. Part of that has to do with just the rising costs of what we're dealing with. We also had to push back the bid 1 year. So that has to do with it. And then we have an application that's going in for funding to replace the spillway bridge at Causey that could free up extra money and help us accomplish the full project. So Tammy can speak to the details there. So if you're all right, I'll turn some time over to her. Okay, go ahead, Tammy. There we go.
Sure. I'm a little new to Zoom. Most of my calls are on Teams, so it's trying to figure out where all the buttons are. Hopefully y'all can see, it's a Google Earth image on my screen. Can y'all see that?
We can't see that yet. Do we need to enable share?
Oh, okay.
Let me.
Yep, see?
Oh,
Learning.
here we go. It's up now. Yeah, we've got it.
There
We've
you
got
go,
it.
Tammy.
And then let me find where everyone's face is. Okay, so this is the Causey project, and essentially what this is that this is part of the FLAP program, and what it does is it connects our nation to our public lands. And one of the public lands that this project is connecting us to is Causey Reservoir. And the main reason for this is that the federal government understands that there's a wear and tear on the roads that happens as we provide passage to the whole nation to come to Causey Reservoir. So back in, I think it was 2019, Weber County applied for funds. And with that call for project, the stipulation was that the local partners, which would be Weber County, Reclamation, Forest Service, would provide 10% of the total project cost, and FLAP would then come in and cover the other 90%. So one of the big priorities for this project is, let's see. So this is the whole extent of it, and I have color coded it just for ease of talking. This green area right here is wheatgrass, and that is one of the major reasons for this road. There's one section where the road has just kind of splitting off the mountain. These are very steep slopes, and now it went from a 2-lane road to a 1-lane road, 10 feet, that has like a stopping moment on both sides. So that's to address safety. And this was agreed by all just to be a priority for this project. So as part of these improvements to have a consistent corridor to 12 or 2 10-foot lanes, we're adding 4 sets of walls, anywhere between 60 and 100 feet long and maybe like 10 to 30 feet tall. And that's just to have a continuous driving surface that has increased drivers' expectation, and they can continue on a 2-lane road through wheatgrass. We're only doing about half a mile to where the county has already paved, but we're going to go a little bit further just because we want to protect the walls that we're going to be providing. Another big thing that we're doing is that we are moving this alignment through here. Right now, this turning movement, most of the people want to take a right over here to go to access the reservoir. But the way that it's done, the dominant movement has you going on wheatgrass, which has a lot of cars maybe going like a mile and mile and a half before they can turn around and come back to the reservoir. So in here, we will be realigning this alignment so that the dominant movement does take you to the reservoir. Originally, the project application was just to pave. This is what we're calling Causey Overlook Drive. But one thing that we did note is that this bridge right here is only 14 feet wide. And part of like the turning movements, it's not within current criteria. So like we had a couple of SUVs, and you kind of have to do like a 2 or 3 point turn to get across this bridge. You definitely have to go into the other side. And so as part of our improvements, Reclamation is going after some grant funding so that they can provide, what we'll do is we'll realign the road and we'll widen this bridge so that 2 vehicles can pass on it, but also we'll make it a safer driving condition so that there's not all these blind curves. So that's one of the reasons why we are prompted to do this mod that Sean was talking about, because our current mod doesn't show Reclamation contributing 1.25 million. And we need to do that just to, so that it shows that multiple entities are coming together for the improvements for this said project. So Reclamation about a year ago came to the table and they were like, hey, we can provide 1.25 million for engineering and design. And as you can see, we are spanning an embankment. So this is the emergency spillway if Causey were to overtop. Here is a continued outlet works where, you know, in the summer months, the water does come through here. So there's a lot of investigation that needs to go into this because we are modifying this earthen embankment, and Reclamation has been very cooperative. They've been lending services. They're going to do a full risk assessment of what happens during construction and post-construction activities to ensure that we're risk neutral, again, with this being a flood control device. So that's one of the things that we're working towards right now. The application for NSF-LTP is due, I think it's mid-October, and we're anticipating getting results in March or April of 25. So I'm gonna continue to talk about the rest of the project and then I'll go back into the funding. Are there any questions on what I've presented so far?
No.
Okay, perfect. And maybe you guys know this, but Forest Service is working to modify this parking lot so we can have enhanced parking. One of the project goals is to direct all the traveling public to dedicated parking areas. So this whole area, I don't know the count, but it looks like over 100 parking spots will be provided. I think that project's supposed to go to advertisement and be built of 25. So that was another incentive for us pushing our construction out 1 year, because we'll use this area to stage our equipment and our vehicles. And then once the project's done, we will pave the parking lot and then we'll stripe it. Forest Service is working towards to ensure this is ADA compliant. So there will be attention to accessibility. And then I think they're also formalizing a trail somewhere in here. And so that's the improvements Forest Service is doing. And then in addition to that parking lot, they will be putting together over here some additional parking as well as a boat launch. So that will be next or the summer of 25 construction. We will pave this parking lot. So Forest Service project isn't going to do any paving except for in this lower parking lot. And our project will come and pave this mostly because we needed a staging area and this just made sense to access the rest of Skull Crack. Skull Crack is all this blue alignment We will be replacing the guardrail along here. However, we will not be doing improvements to this surface. And the reason for that was that it wasn't in the FLAP application. The last leg of improvements that we are doing is here on Skull Crack. At one point in time, we were, as Sean mentioned, this was done, but like the cost estimates were done pre-COVID, and then COVID happened, and then there was just a surge of cost that came with it. And talking to the partners about priorities, Skull Crack was deemed on the lower end of priorities at this point in time, mostly because there is the safety issue that's happening on wheatgrass, and the price of walls are very expensive. And this was the genesis of Forest Service reaching out to Weber County and saying, hey, let's use federal funds to fix this. And then so Skull Crack, we went back and forth, like, should we just put aggregate in it? And what we're doing is that we are calling this an option, so it's not part of the base bid package at this point in time. And if the bids come in favorable, then it allow the construction of this. However, I have one more segment of road before I talk about funding a little bit more. So this orange segment is just Causey, and what we are doing in here, we are replacing this bridge, which is in need of repair, and we're going to provide aquatic organism passage. So we are replacing it with a concrete box culvert with an open bottom, so that provides just the aquatic life like that better. And then we're just repaving this, and a lot of it is to do the work along here at Wheatgrass is going to bring in a lot of vehicles, heavy construction loads, and so this will just be pavement rehab. So no major improvements. We're just taking out the old and putting in the new. So that's essentially the 5 areas of improvement. But what happens with the funding is that Reclamation is putting together an application, and every Wednesday they meet. It's Forest Service, Reclamation, and then FHWA. The county has also been indirectly active, putting together letters for us, getting additional data, just to support the need for all of the improvements. So as part of the NSFLTP application, they're requesting, I think it's like $13.1 million from another federal grant to do all the improvements. And so we would be doing the bridge replacement, Skull Crack, all wheatgrass for that half mile, and all of Causey. So that's what we really have our eye on, and are really optimistic about getting those funds. And so that would allow us to do everything. In the event that we do not get selected for those funds, we would not be doing the bridge replacement, so the purple alignment will go away. And then something that was just logical to us is to have Schedule A, so that's the base bid package, be everything to the west of this bridge. And the reason for that is that this bridge being only 14 feet wide, it really limits the ability for us to use our typical construction vehicles. And it's going to require more vehicles to pass through carrying, and that's another thing. So this realignment right here, it helps generate material to use on other areas of the project as well. But it limits our ability to use the bigger trucks to go through this bridge because the width is so narrow. And with that, it means more trucks, it adds more schedule, it adds more time. And so any paving activities to the east of this bridge will cost more than the paving activities over here. So I haven't started separating out the packages yet because I'm very hopeful that we won't need to based on that grant that we're applying for. But if, as mentioned, if we don't get the funds, then this is just a natural separation point. And we would still advertise all this. And then depending on how the bids come in, it'll allow us to award the different packages differently. Now, as far, are there any questions about the improvements that we're proposing? Nope,
Uh,
okay.
Questions from either of us, thank you.
Oh, perfect, okay. So this is the memo of agreement that is now circulating. And I have my fingers crossed that we can get it in by the end of the month, the 1st of October. And so in this, it looks like it's a track changes document. And in our agency, when we're doing agreements, we like it to look like this, only so that it's very transparent what we're changing. So anything that's red is a new addition. Anything that's struck out is an update. So in talking with Sean and Gary, we don't need this 10,000 of utility relocation, but it turns out, you know, since this was drafted, I guess the land value increased. So now the right-of-way acquisition is 20,000 as opposed to 10. In here, you can see there was a reduction in our engineering. I guess we got more efficient. I'm not sure, but I'll take the reduction. And then over here, you can see how our construction costs got more expensive, as well as our construction engineering. So these are people who are on the ground when we're managing the project, how it, like all the people involved. Construction contract is just like all the materials. That's what the bids bring out. And then we like to put a contingency in here. Sometimes it's used, sometimes it's not. But what this allows us to do is that if there is a mod in the contract, we have this money in reserve. So we don't have to like go to the Utah Flat Program Decision Committee or go to Sean with Weber County and say, hey, can people provide this extra funds? We've planned for it. If it doesn't get used, it gets returned. So right now, this estimate that we're looking at, the Schedule A project budget, I've reached out to the PDC to see if we can increase it from this 11.45 to 13.25. One of the constraints that we have right now is that we are waiting for a project in Utah to go to advertisement in November, and that will either lock up some funds for the whole entire Utah state, or it'll release it. And so the PDC, they are committed to the improvements of this project, but we only get a certain amount of money every year. And so they wanted to just pause and wait to see what happens with that advertisement this upcoming November and really lock in a rate. So right now, all this agreement is based on what the PDC committee committed to last year. So they committed to an increase of, this Word document works better for me. Where did it go? Oh, yeah. So FLAP agreed to increase by 1.4 million. However, come November, there'll probably be another round of this, and maybe not even November. I think I'd wait to see what happens with NSFLTP. So like in March or April, we'll definitely have to have a mod. Either all these tables, the Schedule A tables, will go away, or the Schedule B. And what we're calling Schedule B is the NSFLTP application. So as you can see, the change in cost is quite significant. For us to do all the improvements, we're anticipating it to be 27.5 million. Where the county would only be 575,000, or it would be 14.475, which FLAP, this 13.25, which FLAP would most likely, I'm like 99% sure, will increase their funds once we understand how much money we have after this project in November goes out. So this MOA that I'm putting together is essentially looking at two project costs. It's saying if we get this grant, we're going to have essentially a $28 million project. If we don't, we're going to be, I think, anywhere between 13.225 to 15. I think it's 15.3 million. That will be the project cost based on Schedule A. And then what we'll do is in here, I have an idea of two options. One option would be from here to Skullcrack, and then the last option would be from Skullcrack to Causey Estate. I think that's it.
It's a great presentation. Thank you so much. You've done a good job, and Tammy, I have, without getting into too much detail, I have overheard some of the conversations you've had with our staff here. They've been really good, respectful, just your tone, the happiness and the kindness you've shown our folks here. It's very much appreciated. It hasn't gone unnoticed who you've genuinely been behind the scenes. Thank you so much for that.
Oh, you're welcome. And likewise with your staff, working with Sean and Gary and Bill and Ashley. I mean, they've been super responsive. And even when we go out there hosting all of my staff, I mean, we probably have 9 different disciplines working on this project. This is definitely one of my favorite projects just because the partnering is so great. And there's a lot of technical stuff with this project, with the walls and the bridge. And so I would love to see it all built. That's what I would love to see. But
Plus, it's a beautiful part of the world too, you know? Beautiful part. Thank you. Well, any questions? Commissioner Bolos? Any of you have any questions?
No questions, but
Comment?
just a comment. So commissioners, taking what your thoughts were at the last time we discussed this versus the presentation that you've seen now and the effect that funding has on this project. Are you okay with us leaving this on the agenda for tomorrow with the county's contribution, recognizing there's a potential that Skullcrack does not get paved?
I am.
Okay.
I know that's a big thing for Commissioner Frohr, but under the circumstance, that's great.
Okay. All right.
okay, is that it?
Tammy,
Thank you for joining.
Of course. Have a great day. And Sean, please reach out if you have any additional questions.
I'll do it. Thank you.
Okay, bye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. See you later. Okay, that was a great presentation. I would actually like to have that, Jessica, I'd like to have that sectioned out of this Zoom work session and put somewhere on our Culture Parks and Recreation side or in the county side that says what's happening, what's anticipated at Causey, what are the improvements anticipated at Causey? And then take this presentation so people can see. She talked about the importance of transparency. That's what this is, and it'd be great. It'd be a good thing.
In fact, I called Cortland this morning because the document does have red lines all over the document that you will sign. He said, "Is that okay?" And he said, "Yeah, that's just fine." So
I think it's good to show that.
He likely said, "Yes, that will be fine."
A little nicer, actually.
Yeah.
That's quite rude.
Cortland on it.
He said that.
Yeah, that's it.
Keep in mind, commissioners, as we've queried things like search and rescue response up here. Historically, there's been instances where if their dive trailer is mobilized up there to the site, they have to park it at the intersection. And
Oh, wow.
shuttle equipment across that bridge, because they cannot physically pull their trailer across that bridge as it stands right now. So,
We haven't pulled the new data. There's a lot more on this one because before we were only looking at accidents. Now we're looking at incidences and control things, and it's amazing how. Controls do it.
they're up there all the time.
You know, this is too an area that we may see an opportunity because of the participation. We were gonna control it with probably parking or a fee or something up there because of the overuse of rights. So just to help. Okay, I just want to keep that on the radar. If there's nothing else, that concludes that.
yes,
We appreciate that. For
Thank
those
you.
who are staying, we'll move on to item number 3, which will be the discussion regarding the replacement of the scale of the transfer station. I know Robert's ready to go out there, and so, not Robert, but
Ron,
no, huh?
Ron,
Ron,
Yeah.
Ron Brown. Robert, they got another Robert out there, don't they?
Robert Garter.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
The household hazardous waste.
Yeah, he's great. Hello, you two, welcome. Appreciate it. How you doing?
How are you guys?
Great, good to see you.
Good to see you. Hey,
Yeah.
he's doing much better. He took his Band-Aid off yesterday and he finally showered and thank goodness, but no, he went like this. He goes, look at this. He could lift it this much. So I'm hoping for something good.
Terrific. Let's move on if we can. This is the discussion regarding the scale at transfer station. Mr. Ross, you're listed first. Why don't you go ahead?
You wanna take this one too, Sean? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
So commissioners, we've talked to you in the past about adding some new scales, which is part of our budget. We had that bid go out and we'll move forward with that project. But at the same time, Ron reported to us recently that our existing scale, our main inbound outbound scale is past its useful life and it needs to be repaired or it needs to be replaced. Actually, we've repaired it over the years. It's to the point where we have major issues with it. And it's almost an emergency situation where in order for us to meet the requirements that we need to show the correct weights, we need to get this replaced in the very near future.
Or you're not talking about waiting until January, you're talking about now.
We'd like to get the bid out as soon as possible. In order to do that, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, it's actually the lifespan was 15 years and we're 24 years into it, but I'm starting to get chunks of cement falling off the bottom of it. In the years past that we've had it, I've changed every cell on the inbound and they're about $4,500 a piece. And so now we're having trouble to where the guy that I have come up and repair it is having trouble repairing it to get it to where that we follow the state's codes and stuff, so we could be out of compliance real quick. And he just shut us down.
Let's talk about contingency, Scott Park. That's why you're here.
So it's an enterprise fund, so we have the cash, we have about $3.5 million available this was as of the end of the year, so we've got revenues and expenses this year. It's gonna have to come out of there. Now, the total was, I think, what, 500?
Yeah, we're estimating $500,000. $500,000.
That's the calculations that I've done just by going by these scales that we've got going in now. And then we've got construction they'll do on that, so I'm figuring about $500,000 is what I've got figured.
The amount of traffic, just how much you guys do all day, 6 days a week. How are you gonna do this simultaneously?
That's why if we can get her started now and can be completed by the end of March, when we get busy, we'll be able to use the one scale down there and then I'll look at possibly bringing in a portable scale.
Or if you use the wizard scale.
Yeah, the wizard scale down there is where our commercials are coming in. I would put one of the scale girls in there, but there's also a chance of the ones that's being done now that I would be able to open that one up, and that's the one on the west side. So that would be our slower time.
So you're not busy now, you're not as busy now as you will be.
No,
Well,
Historically
after the
speaking.
fall rush.
yeah, right now we're pushing 800 to 900 on a Saturday. Just residents.
We're looking to
Residential.
get the bid out now, so after the fall, we can.
You'll do it through the winter.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Questions, Commissioner?
No,
Okay.
A big concern, commissioners, also is that with this coming and we get those heavy trucks, we're afraid, kind of like the
Oh, yeah.
old Red Bridge.
Oh, yeah.
Some truck's gonna come and it's
Yeah.
gonna end up falling through the scale.
Probably an exciting video.
Which we never want to see.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't think there's any hesitation of reservation, so let's move forward. Anything else you need to just get yourself something real nice?
I will say, commissioners, with this, I don't think we can eat another increase from our hauler when it comes in April, when we see that cost of living, so we're gonna have to adjust our rate.
Yeah.
And I don't, because we ate it, we didn't increase our fees and kind of ate it last year.
Correct.
I don't think we can do that again this year, especially with this repair plus some of the other improvements that are being done.
Yep.
I think we're gonna need to adjust our rate, but I would wait until April, once we get the cost of inflation numbers, and then just build it onto that.
And with that, that gives us time to work with the cities before their budgets are due next summer and we'll know what that increase should be.
Thank you, that's great.
Thank you.
That's really easy. Okay, with that, there's no more. I think we're in pretty good shape.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Commissioner Bolos, I'll entertain a motion to saunter until 1:30.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
I will saunter till 1:30. That was easy, one went. Easy, thanks for all you do out there.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Hey, Brad.
Thank
Ron,
you.
1 second, and Wendy. Commissioners, we wanted to let you know, we had sad news at our transfer station. Michael Weinberger, who's a longtime employee, passed away last week.
Oh, no,
Yeah, he'd had a heart attack and was in the hospital and.
he wasn't that
didn't make
old.
it.
He
No,
was 68.
Oh, I'm sorry.
so. Anyway,
Shock.
yep,
Yeah, it was sad.
Was it normally most 89% of heart attacks take place 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning?
No, he called his daughter and said he felt like he was having something.
While he was at work?
No, he was home.
Oh,
And so she went down there, and his son is a first responder, so they determined it would be good to take him to the emergency room. And then when he was at McKD, he was sitting there answering questions at check-in. And she turned her head and he coded right there, sitting at the hospital. She said it was just like the movies. They rushed him down the hall, and then he spent 2.5 weeks on a ventilator. Then it was a shock for us because he was in the ICU for like two months. And then she had sent us a text that he had graduated the ICU, and I went to his funeral Friday, and it was,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, we loved him.
Yeah.
Everybody loved him.
Nice guy.
Yeah. So,
You're welcome to get you some lunch if you'd like.
well, we just ate. I made a smoked chili.
Oh, good.
thank you both.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean,
Yes.
did you send me Tim's email
Sure.
so I can get the presentation? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Karen, will you grab that mouse, see if I'm muted?
No, we
Just
just,
got ahead.
No.
This is a discussion regarding the Assistant Fire Warden Vehicle presentation. Rick Cooper, Jason Horn, thanks for being here. We hope that Ryan Arbin will be with us shortly, but go ahead. Captain Rick Cooper is our wildland forestry, the head grand poobah there. And this is Commissioner Sharon Bolos, if you haven't met. I'm sure you have.
Couple times.
Just
Great.
once or twice is all.
Great. Go ahead, Coop.
Well, first off, thank you for indulging me in this presentation. And so first I'd like to say I've been the county fire warden for a decade now. So been here 10 years. I give everybody a rundown of what I do. I'm the wildland duty officer for Weber County. I represent Weber Fire District, the Utah Division of Forest, Fire and State Lands, and Weber County. I am actually part of Weber County. You actually pay part of my wage. So I represent 3 agencies. My primary duties is wildland fire response. That's suppression, mitigation, and prevention. And I don't like to ask for things, but today I'm asking Weber County Commissioners and Weber County if they would be willing to purchase some staff vehicles for myself and my 2 assistant fire wardens. The reason I'm asking this is we don't only respond to Weber Fire District's response area, which we do cover the unincorporated, but we're also respond all over Weber County. And that is every city for the exception of Washington Terrace and Plain City. Our wildland duty officers are asked to respond to all respective cities and to assist all fire departments on wildland fire issues. So we are taxed in the summertime. Some days we could run up to 5 to 11 calls daily, and that's on an average day. This year's been a little bit quiet. The reason I'm asking for the vehicles is to help us, myself and wildland duty officers, to respond better, faster, and quicker from our homes and from our offices. And I kind of felt that maybe working as a group effort, it would take some of the burden off of Weber Fire District while we're responding in and out of Weber Fire District. And I'm asking if we could purchase the vehicles for that reason. I don't present myself very well, so. But our vehicles that we've purchased, the wildland, I'm over the Weber Fire District Wildland Division. My vehicle was purchased through Wildland Division money. We go out and solicit money, buy wildland fires, and we purchased that truck. The other 2 vehicles that we had were purchased through Weber County. Commissioner Gibson was able to obtain those vehicles for us.
Weber Fire District?
We purchased them, yes.
Okay.
We purchased the 2 used ones. And I know the vehicles now, my truck's got 154,000 miles on it, and the other 2 are over 100,000. And so they're coming to the end of their life cycle. I'm afraid that we're gonna have a wildland fire somewhere and we're gonna have a breakdown. And that's my biggest fear. The vehicles themselves will not only be used in Weber County, but as state duty officers, which we are, sometimes we are asked to respond to other counties to assist in wildland fire threats. Ridge County, Cache, and Box Elder. We spend most of our time in Box Elder County. Some of these fires are bordered or they have very close to our jurisdiction. So I like to respond if it's fairly close to Weber County, because if it gets into our county, it becomes my problem. And so we do assist those other counties to make sure that those fires are kept within their county, really. Yeah, so, and we do have a lot, primarily over on the Cache and Weber side, over here off the Avon Liberty Divide Road, which is a high use of area for UTV and other kind of recreation. So more fires there than anywhere else. And a little bit out west. We don't really have a big border on
box elder on that, so we get a pretty good buffer. But with our duty officers, we do respond at what we call first response. Last week ago, Wednesday, during the red flag warning, I took a fire in Box Elder County. Myself and the 2 engines from Weber Fire District were the first ones on scene. And so we are asked to leave the county at times to assist.
So you got your trucks originally from the state,
No,
from,
Weber Fire District.
okay. Are they not willing to give you trucks again? Tell me, help us understand.
Well, this was just my approach on this, and we would have to go through a budgeting process. And we did lose one of our big wildland trucks this year. Now blew another motor, we'll have to replace it. So the budget that we did have was going to replace that truck. And then two, I mean, it comes out of the wildland division budget. And I was looking for different avenues to continue to build suppression equipment, but maybe looking at a different avenue to get some staff vehicles.
Okay, sorry, Coop, I'm gonna keep asking you some questions.
Absolutely, absolutely.
The trucks obviously need to be 4-wheel drive.
Yes.
Do they need to be single cab, double cab, extra cab? They need to
I
be
would
suburban, they need to be
No,
enclosed.
Pickup truck. Preferably a 4-door to carry equipment, but here again, I'm asking, and we would be willing to take whatever you'd be willing to give us. They would have to be 4-wheel drive, absolutely. They'd have to be off-road capable, preferably a pickup truck, not a suburban. You can't haul anything in a suburban. Pickup truck would be great. 4-door would be nice to carry personnel as well. Sometimes I do have 2 or 3 people in my vehicle with me. If I'm in command of a fire, I'm gonna have support officer, maybe a county commissioner or Lisa in the back as we're discussing wildland fire needs. It's a little easier to be inside the vehicle where it's quiet and it's what we call sterile in the cockpit.
Do we have any, Jason, do we have any, before I go there?
I
Commissioner
know what you're gonna
Cuomo's?
ask, go ahead.
Okay. Do we have any, used vehicles? How long do we run our trucks now? We've changed all that.
Yeah, so, I was thinking about, oh, it's funny, Jamie Green. So a couple things here. Number one, I think that's a good look, right? As far as what can we do with surplus vehicles. Part of the issue is that some of those vehicles are going to be right where his vehicles currently are at 100,000 plus. If we were aware, or if we got into some type of flow, if you will, where when these vehicles become available, that we make him aware, and if we can swap one out for something that he currently has, I think that's a pretty responsible approach. When I found out about this meeting and kind of dug around a little bit just to get a little more information, I came to the realization pretty quickly that this is a challenging ask right now going into 2025 based on budget stuff with Scott Park. Had this happened in 2023, it may not have been as challenging, but this just happens to be a year similar to when we were really tightening things for COVID. So obviously that's going to be your decision to make, especially where it's multi-vehicles. But yes, I think in the future, and that could be the near future, again, timing is off by like 2 weeks. We just surplused and sold 6 or 7 F-150s.
That's, I don't never know those things. That's wow. So,
and right now, we're still running the F-150s through, well, they've been bought out. I can't think of what the company name is now, but it used to be TNT. Because we're still getting top dollar, and that's more beneficial for the county to recoup some of those funds. So that's why you're not seeing them, is because once they go through the surplus process and they're approved, we're getting them down to the auction to make as much money as we can to put back into the county fund.
I was thinking if we could get, if there was a way to, if we could find a way to say yes somehow. And they would take our clean 1 owners and we would get some clean 2 owners maybe back.
Yeah.
And there'd be just a little bit of difference and not a lot of difference.
A little switcheroo, and then we would take those clean 2 owners and surplus and sell them.
Yeah. But right now, is there any more coming, do you know of?
I can find out. I don't know right this very second, but I think, so Jamie has it in the system. She's monitoring that. She's looking at what the maintenance files are showing. She's looking at the mileage and so forth. And so I think that big cluster that we just got rid of might be everything for this year. And as we plan for the vehicles that will come in to replace those vehicles next year.
You take care of the ongoing expense, the upkeep, the tires, the gas, the oil, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
You have a budget for that.
Yes.
I'd like to find out if there's anything else coming. I mean,
Okay.
I'm I'd like to find a way to say yes, but
You want me to put her on? I mean, she just called me. I'm gonna call her right back. Or do you want me to check later and get back with you?
I'd like you to check later. The only
Okay.
reason is because I don't want to get hung up waiting here.
Yep. I will ask.
And then would you two, the two of you exchange information and then, unless comments or questions?
No,
you,
that was
Commissioner?
the exact road that I was thinking of going down. It's unfortunate that we just sold so many. But it would really
I
be,
agree.
it would really be an easy way for us to say yes,
Yeah, it's,
to go to surplus.
oh yeah, I got no idea.
You have 3 right now functioning, right?
Yeah.
But all 3 need to be replaced or would be shortly.
Well, the idea was, you know, I mean, definitely one, my truck needs to be replaced. It's got the highest mileage on it. The other 2 we could wait. But yeah, the pitch was to get 3, but here again, I understand, I mean, we're a little late coming into the budget cycle. I tried to be here fire season, COVID last week, so, 1 would be perfect, at least. If
2 would be
possible.
better and 3 would be optimal.
Yes, that would be the great one, but the other 2 are worth keeping for, you know, another year or so.
I wouldn't mind just letting them know when we have.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. It's just, I mean, we do that with other departments, right? We see if there's a need, and a lot of times, you know, Culture Parks and Rec will take one or whatever, and we can just, they're already paid for, so. It makes sense. We could insert these guys into that program as well. Yeah, 2025 is heavy, very heavy, so.
What does that mean? We have a lot coming. Nurse it along, Coop. Let's see what we can do
Okay,
moving forward.
okay.
Yeah, I'll get a hold of Jamie and see if she has anything else that's coming down the pipe for this year or early next year. And then I can get in contact with you. And then when that comes up, I'll just put an asterisk on those vehicles so that as you give the final approval and it comes back to me, you'll at least know where they're
Yeah,
going.
I would like that,
Sure,
yeah.
and then, yeah. Do they have to be orange? The trucks have to be orange?
Yes, they do have to be orange.
Are you guys wrapping them or
Get
painting
some
them?
spray
Or was that a
paint.
joke?
That's a joke.
You'll get white from us and that's it.
No, actually, our wildland staff vehicles are white. Most of our
Okay.
chief's vehicles are white, and they will be striped and stuff like that, so.
And every once in a while, we'll see a 250 or a 350 become available, so
No,
I
okay.
don't know if that's too much truck or.
My truck right now is currently a 3/4 ton. I mean, they're great for polling and stuff like that, but here again, we run the F-150s. I talked to my other 2 assistant wardens, they're like, they're fine. I mean, they're gonna do everything we're gonna ask them to do off-road.
We've got, I do know of 2, they wouldn't come through our cycle, but there are 2, 1, 2, 3, well, at least 2 or 3 trucks for the mosquito abatement they've got. You may want to just call and go over there. But they're single cab, 4-wheel drive.
Okay.
Sure, and they're not always long wheelbase, but you talk about getting around in a tight place with that shorter wheelbase and the shorter cab,
Yeah, that's.
that has a purpose.
Well, and I've seen your 3/4 tons, like your sheriff's vehicles, they're like long beds and I know a lot of suppression guys that have the long beds and getting up in some of those mountainous terrains that, you know, for a short wheelbase and stuff like that. So that would be great, you know, and I don't need a 3/4 ton by any means. So, but yeah. I guess I guess I should have come and met with you earlier.
Well,
3 weeks earlier.
we did what we could, right? And we didn't know that, I don't know when they're going.
But no, if we can get them to be part of that program though, Jason, I think it'll be. beneficial.
Yeah, I'll add
I-
them to the small list of people that we make aware within the county.
There you go.
that'd be great, so. Cool, that would be great.
So
Thank
I'm
you.
sending you an email right now. You can just
Oh.
respond back to let me know that you got it. And then once I hear back from Jamie, if I see your reply, when I hear back from Jamie, I'll reply and you'll kind of know if there's anything that comes available and say like the next 6 months or so.
Okay, and then you just get with me and then. Come grab them
And
and,
then, well, then you'll just work with Jason.
You
He'll
just
go
work
through the
with me.
process.
You can work with Jamie and myself. You
Okay.
won't have to, I'll take care of the commissioners.
You won't get,
You won't
that's
have to
what you
go
meant
through
to
all the
say.
pomp and circumstance.
yeah, and we'll take care of everything else.
yeah, we'd love to help you out.
So that would be great, just the vehicles would be nice.
That's great.
And before I leave, I mean, it'd be a county vehicle, right? I mean, you would retain the title or would it be a district vehicle?
I mean, we would have to figure that out. Under normal circumstances, we would turn the title over to you and it would become your responsibility, which I believe is probably why he was asking about maintaining
maintenance.
after that.
Yeah,
So we would chalk it up as surplus, get the approval so that we pull it off county record
and
and then move it right to you guys.
But then I think the program would be though, we would anticipate you taking your existing vehicles, transfer title over back to us so that we
You can
could,
surplus that.
or we could surplus that and recoup, you know,
A little bit of fun.
Mhm.
we'd get a little bit of funds back in that, you know, because we would be losing funds to that budget by doing that. So it just
Yeah.
drops that
So-
down a little bit.
get the three, bring the other three back.
Yeah, we're
Plus
kind
out
of,
those
yeah,
vehicles, okay.
we're just kind of keeping it a little more refreshed. And so
Sure,
I could see you doing this every couple of years,
Sure.
right?
yeah,
And if you have
And
a
that's-
vehicle that dies, just keep it for parts.
and that's what my other thought would be, was if we could get the vehicles on a rotating basis, which would maintain, better vehicles, cause I'm not going anywhere for another 8.5 years, and then after that, it will be somebody else's problem.
Well, what we're thinking of, Coop, so basically, if you were to get two vehicles in say like March
Uh-huh,
of 2025, then in March of 2027, then you'd bring them back and they would do the tile work and then put the new, and so you just keep getting a refresh type of thing, right?
right, absolutely, that's exactly what I was hoping before.
You won't have to worry about it.
Nope, just rotate them every 2 years and be done. Cool. That's awesome. Okay,
Great.
thank
That
you.
sound okay, Chris?
Yeah, no, the purchasing agent has the discretion to surplus them as he sees fit. And then you're helping out another public entity, which is great. I do agree with transferring title for the insurance and liability purposes. So, yeah, I think this would work out really nice.
You got all that?
Yep,
All right, good, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
thank you.
Appreciate it, sir.
Come by and see us sometime. Have a-
All right, I will.
Okay, thank you.
So with those restrictions now being dropped to moderate,
Yes,
we're okay till snow flies, right?
yep, you can open burn. You can burn your trees.
Providing you go online and get a permit.
Unless you, just go online, get a burn permit. If you need a burn permit, you call me, I'll come down and give you one. It is October, September, so I'm not around a lot this time of year, but I will make sure I will take care of all of you.
Because you're hunting or?
Yes,
Pesky wabbits.
yes, I'm gonna be hunting. I'm leaving, actually, today's my last day for the remainder of the week,
Congratulations.
so.
Good luck.
Okay, if I don't hear from you, I'll just send another
I've-
email and you'll have.
I
it
got
when
you,
you're back.
did you email me?
Yeah, I put Commissioner Bolus on there as well.
Okay.
And I'll check with Jamie in the meantime.
Okay, it hasn't come through yet, so I'll keep paying attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wasn't it about a week ago, there was a glow on Ben Lomond in the middle of the night. What started that?
That was a single tree lightning strike
Well,
right up on top.
Oh, boy, Horton.
I'm here, we can start
No, we're done. We removed you from the formula.
It was a single tree lightning strike up on Ford.
Did it get you paid?
Oh, yeah.
You are gonna enjoy your new Toyota, your new Toyota Tacoma. We don't know, it'll take you a while to tow what you have, but.
Yeah,
I will.
It is.
I can
Probably fit that Toyota Tacoma and half the stuff I
Well,
got
thank
to
you.
tow.
No, we want single trees, we don't want big ones.
Thanks for what you're.
Thank
You don't
you.
need me for this,
Thanks,
right?
Rick.
Thanks, good to see you.
Yeah, you should.
I'm just
I
here
need
to
to say-
support Joe. Where's Joe?
Okay. I don't need to stay, I do need to stay. Make up your minds. No.
Let's hear. Let's just switch out the room if we can, and we'll move on to item number 5. Thanks, Jason.
I gotta come talk to you about EV charging station.
Hey, Mark. What's up? How you doing, man?
I'm just happy to be here. I lie a lot.
I was gonna say. How do you know when Mark's lying?
Uh-huh.
What's now? Got a cool product there.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, it is cool.
Arkansas says.
Oh, I
sandbagging,
suppose, yeah.
the water tubes.
I've seen those on YouTube videos.
Have you seen them before?
They're kind of cool.
They're really cool in person.
No one has to fill a bag
Yeah.
or sandbag that is, you don't have to deal with it afterwards.
You guys don't think this stuff out very well.
We,
You really don't.
we can train them. We can train them. Although somebody told me that was done away
Yeah.
permanently.
I don't know. I doubt it.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Well, we'll see.
Christie, could you do me a favor? Let me put this on really quick, but, my
I think whatever.
is not syncing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your computer?
This is not syncing.
Okay.
So. There's a lot of things on there. I'll take it over to Quinn. It's his. We got 5 minutes.
Like, I have a problem and have them come here, if you like.
No. So in the end, we stack it, one on top of two.
Okay.
You can
We're back in our work session on this Monday, this 23rd of September. We're on item number 5, which is a discussion regarding the Ant Flat Gate and the asphalt budget. Joe Hadley, Sean Wilkinson, Bill Ross, Mark Horton, Kylie Slater, Jared Klontz.
He's in Oakland.
Oh,
He's in Oakland. And Gary Myers.
For a reason.
It's just across the bay. Anyway, go ahead. Joe, you're listed first.
Awesome. Thanks, commissioners. I have been asked by Cache County to install gates on Ant Flat Road, similar to what we have done on Avon Pass. The purpose being people driving up there too soon, going through drifts, tearing up the road when it's too wet and muddy, just causing more maintenance issues for us. I told them I would support their decision, but we'd have to ask you guys first, so that's what it's regarding.
Is it mainly Cache Valley citizens that are doing this? Cause I can't imagine the law abiding
Weaver County wouldn't do that kind of stuff. That's, I've talked to Travis Hancock, he's with UDOT.
State parks.
State
Outdoor
parks.
recreation.
He grooms the road and, I've worked with him on a placement of the gates, if you guys will accept it.
It's the responsible thing to do.
It's the responsible thing to do.
Where's the placement?
Um,
Guys come up with-
Sean, hold on just a minute.
Almost like we've done this before.
Travis said closer to 39.
It's as close as we can get it to 39, the better. The only problem you might have would be the Monument Ski Resort back in there, because sometimes they access. So if we went in a couple hundred yards, we'd probably be okay.
That's exactly what we were thinking. So if people pulled in, saw the gate, they would have room to turn around right there and go out to some of the parking lot.
The only concern I think you might have, would be Scare Canyon, which is Cache County's problem, but there's a lot of cabins in there. I think, I love the idea. I just think we're gonna have to coordinate very well with them that, hey, the gate's closing on this day. And so you guys up at your cabin better figure this out.
We could put message boards up or something like a week in advance or 10.
Yeah.
Can you scroll down just a little?
Yep.
Okay, so I talked to Travis Hancock. He says he accesses, Mark, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he accesses the trail right here to groom it.
Yeah,
Is this right?
yeah, because a few years ago, they acquired the land.
Yes.
The landowner finally sold it to them, which before they were coming actually down 39, which would have been a problem.
right.
But
So now he accesses the trail
Yeah.
to groom it right here. So we were thinking to install the gates like around right in this area, so people could still come in, turn around.
I think the closer you get down here, the better, because it's steep on both sides of embankment down up here and the hill up there.
So
Less work.
I would work with Mark and whoever to put them in a spot that works best for everyone.
I love the idea, because yeah, they go up and tear up the road as soon as the temperature gets above 32. But it's gonna help state parks and multiple assets too, because a lot of times they have to go out there and get somebody that drove down the road in the winter time and they get cited, because it is illegal, because it is a groomed roadway. So that's gonna fix a lot of problems for them as well.
Really?
Search and rescue, help search and rescue, cause imagine the snow's gonna be high enough.
We
to go over the
access-
gate, right?
Yeah, we actually have a snowcat in that building too, search and rescue does. And so we access to the same way that state parks does. The only concern I could see would be Scare Canyon. Notification to make sure that they all know that that gate's gonna be closed on a certain date, at a certain time, cause they go up there to recreate.
We could put a message board up or even a big sign that has the dates that it's going to be closed. Cache County was proposing to close it December 1st and open it May 15th. We have this gate, we have a gate on Avon and it has helped our maintenance tremendously from people going up there and tearing up the roads.
Super. Question, Commissioner?
No, I don't have any questions.
Are you familiar with the area?
Mhm.
Can you see?
When does UDOT shut down 39?
I think it's
November?
Yeah,
Middle of November?
they usually do it to accommodate closing late enough for hunting seasons to take place.
Okay,
By then, most of your limited entry units that access off of Monte Cristo Road are done and wrapped up, and so this December 1st date would just make a lot of sense. Or maybe even match UDOT's date of when they close Monte, you just block everything up and
I'd stick with the December 1st for a few years and see what happens.
see how it goes.
I used to have a contact for the Scare Canyon Facebook group, because they.
Well, but if Cache County's doing it, that's on them to
Yeah, that's
notify
true.
them.
Yeah,
That should-
we could put a
Yeah.
big sign on the gate that has the closure and opening dates on it. With Sean's phone number.
Swan Ranch Road. They still have a active operation going up there.
Yes, I believe so.
That's the monument.
Yeah.
Did
they-
it's not cat scheme.
Well, now, wait a second. The Swans didn't sell though, just the Brownings up in there, right?
They sold all of the plat at a monument, and the first couple of years they were running out of there. They haven't been up there in 2 years. I haven't seen them run out.
No, that's where that's where I wanted to, we need to take another tour up in there. To see that. And just so I'm familiar, that where that Ogden is right there, it says 30. On mile 30, that's the parking lot they use, right?
Correct.
For the-
Yes, that's the snowmobile parking lot on Monte Cristo
And
Road.
so the gate to close to go up the rest of 39 is just
No,
It's
right,
just,
there.
right there.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I thought
the
we
winter.
could go, the gate we were
Where
gonna.
it says river.
Yeah,
I think I way out on Swan Ranch Road, I had to go out there and get a drunk guy one night in his truck stuck. It was fun. Had a great time. So
okay.
this could, yeah, I see this as a win all the way around, just gotta do it right.
And just at this map right there, take your arrow and point where about that gate would go again.
right there.
Yeah.
Above Swans Road.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's great. I don't have any question, you?
No,
All right, perfect.
great, good deal.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
You doing that?
I'll work, it's kind of Cache County's project. They just asked me if we would support
okay.
them. So I'll get with them now and tell them, they wanted an email saying that we support it. I'll get with them. We'll figure out what gates we're gonna get and we'll work together, to get them installed.
Who builds those gates?
Probably, I don't know. I'll get with them and see what they wanna do. We built our own in the past, you know. But I don't know if they have somebody they wanna use or what. So
Okay,
if,
all right. You
Might get
also
more info.
have on there an asphalt budget, Joe?
yes.
Yep.
So. Let me switch gears here.
Might be useful to keep that open. maybe.
Oh, you want me to do that? Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
So in our current asphalt budget, I only have $75,000 left. We are currently paving out in Uinta right now. I'm sorry about this, but they get neglected. So we don't really get out there till this time of year, and usually we're always around like out of money, you're scrambling. So I have 75,000 left. We're actively paving Joan Hellstrom's road. I don't know if, do you remember Joan Hellstrom?
I do remember Joan, but I don't remember her. Wait a second.
6075 south, so it's just right there by Wasatch and
You
Skyline.
better go there again. Hold on, that's been so long, that's been 30 years since she lived there.
We still call it.
it's still her road.
Gosh.
Just so you know, your road will always be Jim Harvey's road.
It really? Oh, is that what you call it? No, I don't want it to be called Jim Harvey's Road.
Where am I at here, Joe?
Um,
Oh, I gotta go up.
You gotta go up.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
on
call me.
Wasatch, go right. There's Wasatch and Skyline, so 6075 south, right?
Right there.
We're actively paving that. I have enough money to pave that road from Wasatch up to, I think it's 2075, I'm not sure, just. But I'm asking for what we need left to do everything in Uinta that has been neglected for the last couple of years is $165,000. That would let me pave Bonneville Terrace, Wallace Circle, Christopherson Circle, Dominion Court, and a few others that are just numbers that you're probably not familiar with. but-
You're already mobilized out there too.
We're there. And mind you, if we can't get the money, it's not gonna make or break us. They'll be fine till next year. But while we're there, I would sure like to get these roads done.
Best
I
practice.
told residents that it was gonna get done this year and I'm out of money and I just,
And right now, weather conditions are pretty prime.
yeah, the next.
Scott,
couple
next
weeks,
10
yeah,
days.
great.
We have talked to Scott about this. This would come out of the fund balance for the municipal services fund. There's plenty of money to do this, to accommodate it for this year, one time only. And then we can talk about ongoing funding in the budget.
Okay,
You're looking at 90,000 more,
165, 165 would get us all those.
but you
roads.
have 75.
We have 75 left, but that's only gonna get us
Oh,
that road right
gotcha,
there.
gotcha, okay.
That'll only get us
How
Joan
much
House.
is in that budget, do you know?
A few $million.
Yeah, it's like,
Oh.
yeah, I'm okay.
I'm good too.
Oh, my
There
word.
you go, you can
Awesome.
two S's.
We wanna help you keep your promises.
Thank you so much.
Good residents.
I have
So Joe, will you talk to Scott on your way out?
Okay.
Just let him know that was approved and he can do the budget transfer.
He can go to the, he can go to minute two
Well,
and
it doesn't even
17
need to
on
be
the
a
budget.
transfer necessarily. Yeah,
Just tell them it got
yeah,
approved.
yeah.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Anything
Appreciate it.
else? Boy, you
Nope.
should have brought more things in with pretty soft touch today.
Yeah. I was nervous.
I got things to
I got things to bring up.
I was nervous. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. Gentlemen, anything from you two, movie guapos down there at the end of the table?
Did I do?
What'd you call them?
Huh?
What'd you call
The
them?
movie guapos, it's a musical group. He's very handsome. Okay. Mr. Crockett, are you able to make that presentation now?
Yes, I know.
Let's just roll right into item number 6 on our agenda.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Buckle up. This is gonna be fun.
Buckle up.
Every year, we have to do our open meetings training. And I try to, instead of just going over the things that you already know, which you all are very good at adhering
You
to.
put some humor in this?
This, no.
Oh.
Well, I'll try to interject a few snarky comments here and there. Last time I did a presentation.
That's what I was remembering.
With the Aladdin memes. But this one, I just wanted to give you a quick update on the recent changes that happened under the open meetings law. So this last legislative session, HB 36, which was I think Representative Dunnigan's bill, he had responded to some criticism feedback I had from the media regarding open meetings laws that they needed to be more open than it is. And so what he had proposed as originally written basically made everything that the county government did open and subject to OPMA, even administrative type items. And so there's a huge problem with that. And so myself, Rob Van Dyke with Kane County, their county attorney, and Devin Snow from Washington County, through CIVLAC, we started communicating with Representative Dunnigan and explained that this is actually going to cause government to come to a grinding halt slower than it already is, because you're going to have to notice even administrative type meetings, even your department head meetings and things like that. And so it really created a problem. We said, you gotta come back and ease it up just a little bit, especially if you have a county commission type form of government, because they share both legislative and executive responsibilities. What happened next, it was not what I expected, but it worked out. They swung the pendulum far to the other side and actually created some loopholes and pointed out, which people have said has always existed under the law, but I didn't think so, but now it's obvious that you have some more flexibility under the open meetings law, which is not a bad thing as long as we don't abuse it. But do you remember last time I came, I would always talk about, this is what a meeting is, this is what a meeting is not, it's not a chance social gathering or things like that. Well, they got rid of all of that and they just created one definition. So now it says a meeting means a gathering of a public body or specified body with a quorum present and that is convened, that's a key word there, by an individual with authority to convene the public body or specified body and following the process provided by law for convening the public body or specified body and for the express purpose of acting as a public body or specified body to receive public comment about a relevant matter, deliberate about a relevant matter, or take action on a relevant matter. So I know that doesn't seem like they're making it less complicated, but it actually does quite a bit. So the thing to focus in there is convene, and you have to do that in accordance with your rules of procedures that you have for the commission. And it has to be done by an individual with authority, and that would be the chair. So if Commissioner Bolos, for example, like when you brought together everyone for that capital projects planning meeting, that technically that was not subject to OPMA because it would be the chair that would organize the meeting. So we were not in violation of that. And it does take away that whole administrative type thing, except it does preserve it a little bit under another definition called relevant matter. This is a new definition. It says relevant matter means a matter that is within the scope of authority of a public body or specified body. Relevant matter does not include for a public body with both executive and legislative responsibilities a managerial or operational matter. We wanted them to use the word administrative, managerial, or operational, basically means the same thing. So it's actually formalizing and saying that you do have the ability to talk about administrative items without being subject to OPMA. But as long as you are discussing and talking about a relevant matter of which you have authority over, and it's convened by an individual with authority, that is the only time that you're actually technically subject to OPMA. It does have penalties that, well, it prohibits you from violating the statute, but the big penalty that they added was that someone can recover attorney's fees for violation of OPMA. That's pretty much the changes that happened, and so it just makes things easier. I always recommend avoid the appearance of impropriety. If you feel like it has, you know, an interest that the public would like to hear about, there's nothing wrong with going ahead and noticing it. It's just fewer matters are a lot more restricted as to what you actually have to provide notice for. So that's it. Sorry, I didn't put together any funny Cortland says memes.
Commissioner Bowles, any questions?
No, I don't think so.
I know I don't have any questions on that.
I try to come up with something new each time, so you don't have to keep hearing the same thing.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's all good. All right. Thank you very much for that update, Mr. Crockett. With that, then we have our next update is not until 3 o'clock. I guess let's entertain a motion to saunter until 3 o'clock.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, we will be adjourned or we'll be sauntering until 3 o'clock for those online. They fly farther.
And you can mail people.
Yeah, I've gotten really good throwing with my left hand. I'm a great. He'll put out a little basket like this. I say, where? My left hand, I can do it this way. I can do it this way.
Oh, sorry. We got one more.
Oh, yep, there you go.
If you want.
Everybody gets one.
Well, Rodney, nice to see you.
Nice to be here.
We are
Not
back
really.
publicly. We are back at our commission work session on this Monday, the 23rd of September. It's 3:00. And item number 7 is a discussion regarding the Children's Justice Center change orders. Scott Mendoza, Sean Wilkinson, Bill Ross, Rod Layton, Shane Saunders,
Steve Lund.
and Steve Lunt. Great. Scott, why don't you start us off?
I'd be
You're
happy.
welcome.
He did ask. Rod asked. Anyway, commissioners, thank you. So what we have for you today, you'll remember that what we've been bringing you is proposed changes, proposed change orders before we move forward to a commission meeting and present to you an official change order that includes smaller proposed change orders or half a dozen at a time, some proposed PCOs, proposed change orders that will make up one complete change order. So what you have in front of you here is kind of a summary of the project. You can see those items that are in gray. Those were items that you've already seen as part of change order 1. The items in the orange color are items that you've already seen in change order 2. It's the items in green and that are bold that we're going to present to you today. We don't have to go into a lot of detail. Oh, I apologize.
No, it's fine.
I could have hatched that or done something.
Oh, you're go ahead.
I will be.
Use green and browns all you want. That really helps.
Okay.
So on that list, you'll see WC 10R1. This WC 10R1, just so you're aware, it means revised once. Often Steve and Shane will review what's being worked on as part of a change order or a proposed change order. And they'll see things, they'll comment back, and then, for example, if something comes in from the contractor that they feel the cost is a little high, they'll work that out and they'll look at options. Sometimes they'll come to a decision that is different than what was originally proposed in the owner's favor, in the county's favor. So you'll see the ones that have been marked there with an R1 or sometimes even an R2 or R3. You can tell that those have been back and forth a few times. So WC 10R1 for $19,161. It has to do with additional millwork and some electrical modifications. We don't have to go item by item. You're welcome to read them. But what we do want to point out today is that we are presenting to you the soil issues and we should be done. The cost there, WC 17 for 131,000 or so, that has to do with all the over excavation within the building's footprint. You'll remember that we were going down 25 feet and then bringing in structural fill. The cost associated with that in 4 6-inch lifts and then compacting that, then having density.
Who did that excavation work, Rob?
I don't know which company it was.
It's Hess.
Is it Asphalt?
I'll tell you right now.
Out of?
Corey Hessler.
Yeah, Chrysler.
I got this.
He's out west, isn't he?
I don't know. I don't know
I
that.
don't know where Corey's from. I thought he was actually from the valley. Or he had done some,
I've got the paperwork. I've got each
Corey
item here.
Hancock,
Huh?
Corey Hancock out west.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, okay, thank you.
Heslop, HESLOP excavation.
I would add too that Warden has a drone that they fly over the site and they can calculate how much fill is taken out or how much overX is done and how much fill is brought in. And then they can use that calculation and compare it to what the subcontractor is proposing. They were slightly over the sub's number. So they were happy with his cost.
Great, thank you.
And you can see the structural fill that comes in. All of that, all of those are tickets.
Let me see that.
So you can see every truckload, whatever the weight is, or cubic yards, whatever that was, he got a ticket for it when he left the site, and then when he would show up and dump, he's accounting for every trip into the project. Beyond,
A lot of loads.
yeah,
There were some
beyond,
large pockets that they found that weren't identified in the soils report. They do those borings and we kind of based that on what they find in those borings. There was some large pockets that didn't show up in those borings. And that's what we hit and was driving a lot of this.
so in addition to Steve and Shane's review and your staff's review, civil engineer that's been hired for the project is Great Basin Engineering, so their civil engineers also reviewing all this. So there's a lot of eyes on all of these. The last change order there at the bottom for 69,000, some change, is the over excavation due to the soil conditions in the driveway and parking area, the rest of the site. You'll remember we talked about that, and we ended up choosing, we had some options, whether we go down 1 foot, bring in structural fill for that 1 foot, or go 2 feet or 3 feet and, come up as far as the 3 feet. We chose, based on cost and some civil engineering advice, to just go the 1 foot and bring in 1 foot of structural fill and compact that, obviously, and go from there. So that's the cost associated with poor soils in the parking and driveway areas. So the rest of the site.
Okay. Questions?
No,
Okay,
this is a summary at the bottom.
Yeah, and if you'd like to go through that, I'd be happy to. It'll
No, I'm
just
just
take a
looking at the
second.
bottom line.
we're good.
Bottom line, yeah, we're still under budget by $302,000. Rod has some good news beyond that, some additional funds that may be coming into the project.
Rod, great, wonderful. What's the good news?
Well, I hope it's really good and we get more. So we got a second batch of money coming from the state. So there was 2 batches of money. The first time we asked for $250,000 for our project, and we end up getting 500,000 from the state. The second batch of money, which is, the first batch of money was 2 million to be divided among all the centers in the state. The second batch is 4 million to be divided with all the centers in the state. The one problem with that is now those other centers have had 2 years to oh, there's another batch of money coming, so they've been ramping up okay, let's do something on our center. Let's add a floor, let's do some remodeling. So now they're more prepared to put in for that 4 million. So I'm not sure what our take on that. I'm gonna ask for another, I'm hoping another 500,000. The problem gets to be, the state has to spend that money by the end of June. And so I told them we'll figure it out. I want every cent that the rest of the centers they don't use. But you have to wait till the 1st of June of 2025 before they'll say, okay, there's 300,000 left that hasn't been used. And I'll say, okay, I want that.
And you can properly allocate that, or you've got it ready to go now, where they are going to do that. You can't build a reputation on what you're going to do. You can build.
I can, Jim. Well, okay, I know that I can get some money, I just don't know how
No,
much.
you can take that money, don't put it into stuff we've already done, so
Yeah.
that's.
And I'll have to work with you, Scott, on that, because the only thing is, the project will be completed and we'll be in the building by the time that money has to be.
So we'll have all those reimbursements ready to go. So if you
Yeah,
tell me it's
that's what I'm
300,000,
saying. Is that what
we
you're
got the
saying?
first 300,000 and turn it in. So I just need to know the number, and then we just go grab those invoices.
Yeah,
That'll help you a ton. You're planning on doing a ribbon cutting when?
let's see, we don't have Casey. I think we're good, we look at it the end of March, April-ish there, we're just looking at the temperatures, we want the temperatures to be right, we want the asphalt to be good. There's no reason to jump into this 2 months ahead when the temperatures aren't good to do our landscaping and our soil or asphalt, so we're gonna be patient on that and just say, we'll watch temperatures. Would you guys agree to
Yes.
that? I mean, and when it's good to do that asphalt, that'll be the final thing, and we'll be working with Jessica on it, and we'll have a lot of stuff planned, ready to go, and then we'll just have to play it by ear a little bit. But I'm very happy with the way it's going. I mean, you go up there and there's a lot of work being done every day. It changes every day. There's a lot of stuff. So the team's on it. I mean, exciting to see how much gets done. So,
Great.
yeah. We will let you know when that open house is.
Great, thank you. I've just.
Down with your big scissors, Jim.
Yeah, I don't think we have any questions or we don't have
Do
any.
you have an update on your current building?
We do, we still have the one person that wants to turn it into a veterinarian clinic, and she is going through that process. She had to do some letters of intent, she had to show financial records that she could do it. I'm not sure of her name, I don't remember her name, but the board is willing to work with her a little bit on it. They're not gonna drop it, $500,000. She had offered $1 million. We were looking for $1.3 million, $1.4 million. So I think the board would be willing to drop that a little bit, but then she has some zoning issues she's gotta get through. And if that zones out okay, and and Ogden lets her, I think she's still a real positive potential buyer.
She can't buy a building like that anywhere for less than. 1.3.
And that's
Yeah, that's huge.
yeah. And the board has been watching this pretty close. They've been, wanting to know what our timelines were. They're a little hesitant to jump on it too quick, but I'm like, hey, go for it. Get the money and say, we'll let you move in when we're ready. We'll
Yeah.
give you a call. But that's my, they don't feel exactly that way. They feel like we can't hold a buyer off for too long. And I'm like, yeah, I think we can, but I'm not a real estate guy. So it still looks positive though.
Great. Any questions, Mr.
No.
Park?
No.
That was my question. No, Jim.
Sean? Any of you? Thank you. Go ahead. Get it on our, let's get it approved and so you can keep moving forward.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll move on and we'll switch out the room. Christie, we're ready for item number 8. Scott, every year the paramedic fund presents,
Yes,
you may want to give them a call really quick because there's some big changes happening out in the north.
so is this the Northview, or are we still in that?
Yeah, it's okay. Holman last week.
Did you? That's one of my favorite rides.
You know,
Funny, I didn't get a text from you.
no, and you wouldn't have. That's me and my boy.
You know, good for you.
He had he had that Sir on Ultra Beat.
Yeah. Those are cool.
Awesome.
We have a little Sir on the smaller
The
one.
Light Beat.
Yeah.
The big one has reverse
No way. Reverse
and
that.
traction control.
That'd come in handy on those gravel switchbacks.
It's really handy.
Yeah. That's like cheating on that trail then.
That's the only way to go.
When you're an old, short, old, fat, bald guy, we'll take whatever cheat I can get.
I'm right there
I'm
with
sitting
you.
here thinking, I need a tote go.
Yeah, there we go. Just give me the cheat, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Some of those switches up there are pretty rocky. They were pretty gnarly.
Yeah. Yeah, those switchbacks, they don't mess around. They'll spit you off the side too. So,
I'm nodding like I believe you, but not, I know.
yeah. Personal experience on that.
I love that it's Aloha Friday in the office.
Yes.
Looks really good.
Aloha Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Greg always brings a smile to our face with his.
My wife told me when I turned 50, I could start dressing myself, so. It's usually Paisley's, so.
And those are cool.
So next year, you get to start dressing
Yes.
yourself.
She's still, well, that's great. This is a discussion regarding a proposal to amend the residential zones to add a R15 single family zone, to amend the R3 zone and create a R3-A and R3-S zone and provide a multi-family attached zone and multi-family stack zone, and to amend the site development for standards for R1, R2, R3 zones related to clerical and administrative reports. Charlie, Rick, Sean, Gary, go ahead. Charlie, go ahead,
You okay if I start out?
please.
So this is a project that the planning commission has been working on with the applicants here, applicants being Phoenix Development and Flagship Homes. Primarily what we wanted to do with this, both staff and the applicant, is looking at our existing R zones, R1, R2, and R3 zones. We've got some antiquated development patterns and standards that are in there. And so we were hoping to get those updated. This is something that I've long wanted to do, and it just took a developer coming in asking for it to happen, for it to get to your table. So one of the things that this does, and I just wanted to run through very briefly, see if you guys have any initial questions. This is the staff report that the planning commission saw. I'll have this to you guys in your commission report as well. But it just gives you guys something to read through. This is the planning commission staff report. So we're gonna be adding 3 zones, actually.
You're proposing. You made a
Potentially.
statement.
We're asking you.
Yeah, that was rather bold, but I did pick up on it.
We are proposing to add, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
3 zones. So one is an R15 zone, which the minimum density allowance on that would be a 5,000 square foot calculation. And then the other is to take our existing R3 zone and split it into 2 different types. One is an R3A and one is the R3S, A standing for attached and S standing for stacked. The big difference between the two is in a stacked zone, we wouldn't allow a single family dwelling. But within an attached zone, you could allow a single family dwelling, either attached or separate. One of the things that this does is it allows us to put some mixed housing options and mixed housing types where our general plan says we should have mixed housing types. So you could have single family next to duplexes, next to triplexes within a master planned community. So that's the intention here. The other thing that we do is we're looking at emerging development patterns, well, emerging over the last 20 or 30 years. We're finding that a lot of developers would like to have a lot more flexibility in setback options, garage access or driveway access, maybe rear access through alleyways. But if you have an alleyway, it might be nice to have a smaller street cross section out front, because now you're putting in 2 streets essentially. And you don't need a huge setback in the front because you're rear loaded, and so your vehicle storage and everything is coming through the back. So just adjusting standards to lot development patterns like that. And let's see. Aside from that, there's one other thing I wanted to catch your attention on. Oh, we haven't allowed private streets in the western Weaver County area for quite some time, but given that our general plan talks about trying to heavily incentivize big master plan projects, and given that the applicant have brought to us probably the largest that we'll see, largest master plan project that we'll ever see, we added a standard in, or we're proposing to add a standard in that suggests private streets are allowed as long as they're open for use to the public. So not gated, it's a private street, HOA owned, operated, maintained. Gary doesn't have to worry about the infrastructure that's on it, the long-term maintenance of that infrastructure, but public still gets to use it. And so long as that's the case, it could still count towards our block pattern, our block standards. Any questions about that? I see a furrowed brow over here.
Yes, it's furrowed. Yeah, I don't. A private street that the public can access. Where would I find that today?
There's in West Haven.
Yeah, the developer actually
Several things.
took the planning commission on a field trip down to their projects down in, one in Lehigh and one in Vineyard. Both of them have private streets that have public access to them. My only concern with private, and one of the reasons why we haven't allowed private in the past, is because most people want to put a gate up when you see private. But if the developer is comfortable and it's a big enough project to ensure that the HOA has something to do, right? You need to have enough houses in there to make sure your HOA is busy enough to stay active. As long as you've got a big enough HOA, there's no reason why we shouldn't, I think, allow these private streets as long as the public can use them as thoroughfares. As long as they're still thoroughfares and making good street connections.
Let me ask a question here. I don't want to get hung up on this, but I'm familiar with the Huntington Beach. Let's go to Huntington Beach.
Mhm.
You drive down Paul and you've got a gate, another gate, and within those gates might be 400 to 600 acres, each gate. And within that, each gate, there's a master gate. But there'd be this type of development there, that type, so you might have townhouses there. You might have single families here, you might have other single families there with a little bigger lot where they could do pools maybe, or something there. They would all have this series or that series or another series or something like that, and they would, so you'd pay a master series, for instance, and then you'd pay a C-cliff. So you'd pay an HOA of 200 for this one, and then another 100 to the big master one that has the big gate.
Yeah.
Are we discouraging or encouraging, or is that stuff just not brought here because it's Utah? Is it, or they have to push snow?
My advice would be to discourage. Once you put a gate up, you've got some exclusivity challenges that don't, it tends to interrupt the creation of good street connections for a community. It isolates the use of the inside of that neighborhood away from all of the activities that are happening outside of that neighborhood. Now, some people really like that, and some people pay a premium for that.
But it just certainly doesn't lend itself to affordable or attainable housing.
No.
But it does lend itself to something that might be priced at 600,000 over here, and because you live within that thing, it might be 800,000. So it has on the tax rolls, it also has another purpose. And there are some who like the security of a gate.
Yeah.
They're all over the place. A lot of people put fences around their yards because they like the security.
Yeah.
Right? So
So we still allow private streets under certain circumstances, and those streets can be gated. So nothing would stop that. What we're talking about here is the allowance of a
private street being a through street. Most of the private streets that we see right now, in fact, we might even require a street to be private and not public, like a dead end road that has no public benefit. That should probably be a private street, whether or not it has a gate on it. And we'll do that in Mustard Weaver and in the Ogden Valley. These streets that we're talking about now are thoroughfares. They connect neighborhoods to neighborhoods. They're not necessarily the big heavy streets, but they at least have good through connections through these individualized neighborhoods, connecting neighborhoods and neighbors to each other. That really helps create a better sense of community across the board. Doesn't mean we can't have some of those streets be gated. You just want to make sure that your footprint of your gated neighborhood is small enough that everybody else can go around in a fairly easy and efficient manner. So I don't know if 500 acres would be a good suggestion, but I wouldn't blush at 10 or 20.
It just seems, you know, all those streets down there are eventually connected.
Yeah, just depends on how long and how far you want to walk to get around a gated neighborhood, right?
1.3 miles.
Sounds about right.
That's the morning walk.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's the idea behind it. We wouldn't be changing the scenario where people could still put up private gates. In this case, what we would be doing is we would be telling the applicant that they can do private streets.
I
and
said
place
500, I meant 50 acres. Sorry, that's a big difference.
Big difference,
Sorry.
yeah, no worries. This just gives the applicant the ability to use their private streets as their public street grid. So we do require certain streets at certain intervals to be public. This allows them to still have those streets be owned and operated, and maintained by an HOA, even though they're still public, for use. Make sense?
Okay.
Okay. Any questions about reduced lot development standards, stepping away from private streets? I know this is the first time you guys are seeing this, and so I wanted to make sure you guys had this with enough time before the public hearing, if you're comfortable with it going to public hearing, to look over the different standards that we're looking at. But a lot of this is just cutting down on the appearance of car storage, even though we're not actually cutting down on car storage, putting cars in the back, putting cars behind garage doors. Houses in the smaller zones could be closer to the street. And if they're private streets, that allows for narrower street cross sections where you don't have parking out on the street. You're encouraging parking out in the back, for example. Kind of these more cluster style or condensed style neighborhoods that provide a greater efficiency of the use of the land, as opposed to putting a ton of front yard and side yard to lawn area, which, you know, as you know, we changed our code with Weaver Basin last year to try and eliminate a lot of big front lawn areas. Any questions about that or the styles? We've got the applicants here who can kind of walk us through their design, styling, I guess, their dream, if you would like to hear from them. Otherwise, we just ultimately would like to get your blessing to put it on Commissioner agenda.
I'd like to see, you want to see some? Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Okay, we can link you up to an example of some of this private street development that we want to do.
You can get onto Zoom. How you do that is you get onto that Zoom account, then we can share the screen, or we can hand you the mouse here, whatever's easier.
Do you guys have the invite to this work session?
I don't think Greg does.
Yeah, before going to.
Okay.
Right out for it.
Just here now. What, is this the one that's out on 4700?
No, this one's across the river and south of the tracks. So west side of the river, south of the tracks.
7,500 west,
Yeah, 75.
West side of the river?
okay.
Yep, I just got link.
Have you had a chance to take a look at point to point there, like drone ports?
Drum ports, that we said? Not yet.
Have you seen those somewhere?
No, I just with some of the stuff that we're looking at, it's those 5-passenger, 500-mile. They can go 500 miles carrying five people.
Yeah,
I just think that's inevitable.
can you forward that Zoom link? I don't know.
If you wanna go to Zoom, there's the password.
Sorry, I was just looking for your email address here, but that'll be faster.
Great. Yeah, maybe while he's pulling that up, going back to that street cross section, I think, we, when we took the planning commission down there, I think we were explaining the private versus public, and, really, when you're driving through the community, the only way that you really differentiate between public and private is really the color of the street sign. Otherwise, you really just don't even pick up on it. It's not something that, because we keep our private streets for public use. And so, really the different colored street signs are only there for, the city employees when they're plowing a street, they'll do all the green sign streets, but the blue sign streets are HOA. But other than that, you just don't really differentiate from that public versus private. So I think you did a great job in explaining the why of it, but I think that functionally, you really just don't ever even pick up on it, meaning we don't gate our stuff for exactly what you just said. On the attainability side of things, we keep our communities open, and maybe if we were doing something in Huntington Beach, right, that's different.
Why would you do that? Why would you allow the public to go down a road and to beat up your road where you're gonna have to replace or do all the maintenance on it?
Well, the intention is most of the traffic is on the main county streets.
I get that, but then you could have a cut through.
Yeah, yeah, and so that's one of the things we really tried to design to prevent the cut throughs. Boise is a great example.
S-turns, okay?
Yeah, Boise is a great example. You go to Boise, they have the grid roads about every half mile or mile, main traffic on that. You can pull off of the main roads and you might be in a water featured high-end, mansions. And then the next one you're in a townhome, but they make it very circuitous so you can't cut through. So main traffic where the traffic should be and where you're trying to get it to the commercial users. You're trying to get them faster to the commercial, and then lower density, lower intensity, lower traffic volumes inside. So then the private streets can become a little bit smaller. The HOA can then maintain them much easier than a large public street. And so it becomes much more, it's about the livability of the interior subdivisions. Yeah, if you did just grid subdivision or grid roads in between.
Yeah.
Everybody would take the shortest route, and it'd be right in front of the elementary school. If you're not careful.
The other thing to think about, commissioners, is we know in the long run, this will likely be a city or in a city, but in the short run, it's gonna be a lot of asphalt, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of hardscapes that Gary and Joe and roads guys, we're all gonna have to figure out how to deal with. The funding mechanism to pay for operation and maintenance of all this stuff typically lags a little bit when it comes to the tax dollars coming in to pay for all that. And so it could be a couple of years before we're really seeing some good amounts of money coming in to maintain all of those roads. I think it'd be ideal if the county can really set this community up for incorporation for the future, while not impeding on or creating greater demand for services. That's one of the reasons why I think this is
So holdout areas for parks, or not just parks, but city offices and.
Yeah, we're actually talking right now, we've got a big list of things, we're talking about not just city offices, we're talking about firehouses, we're talking about parks, we're talking about trails all over the place. All kinds of different city types of services, that will hopefully come down the pipeline. The state adopted a preliminary municipality ordinance last year. to try and help set up a city without having to go through all the hoops that it takes to create a municipality. For folks who are in the exact same situation as this developer is, it isn't applicable in counties of the first and second class, but we're working with some legislators now to try and make it applicable so that this developer and others can use that to their benefit in the future. That way the county's not doing municipal operations for the long term. Were you able to log in? Oh, good, great, got it.
Just trying to make it so it won't echo.
One of the other advantages for these private streets is it allows us to load garages on the private streets, and it gives us a back entrance to the houses that allows better staging for garbage cans and utilities and stuff like that. So overall, we're just trying to keep the community looking nice as well. And what we're really going after is attainability. If we can do more houses over less land, the price goes down, right? And we've found that there's a study in 2022 that the NAHB, the National Home Builders Association, did. They found that the average net worth of a renter was about $10,000 to $11,000 net worth, right? After everything they owe and everything they own. 10 or 11,000 bucks is what a person was worth if they rented a house. The average net worth of a homeowner, regardless of size, the average net worth of a homeowner was 396,000. So the net worth of a homeowner was drastically different, right? And so that's what it's 70 times, almost 70 times what, 40 times, right? I'm not good at math.
That's okay.
5 out of 4 people.
We've been hearing those numbers for a while now, so
Yeah.
you're good.
5 out of 4 people struggle with math, and I'm one of them. So, but the average net worth of a renter is drastically lower than the average net worth of a homeowner. And so what we're trying to do is create opportunities for people to own houses. And we found, and you guys toured it in our communities down in Vineyard and American Fork, we found that we can provide a really cool house that's not all the time attached to another house. It's not a townhome, that is actually affordable for families to own and live in long term. And it's an alternative to what they would otherwise rent. We can sometimes beat rental prices on our single family detached houses. And in this community particularly, we want to pioneer another product that'll allow us to for sure beat the rental price of a townhome with our all-in price of a single family home. And so what Greg has in front of us right now is kind of those typical private street cross sections. This is what allows us to do that, because it allows us to put more houses on less land and still keep those communities looking nice with major circulation routes to route people to schools, shopping, and business centers, right? So Greg, why don't you walk us through the different cross sections that we're looking at here?
Let's below this one, because one of the main things that, in discussions with Charlie is about de-emphasizing the car, encouraging alley loaded products. Part of your code is a restriction on the amount of garage that can face the front. And so in an alley situation, what we need to look at is how do we not build 2 roads? How do we not build a private road and a public road? And how about we build 2 smaller roads that can still function for the full needs of fire protection, traffic, parking, and access to the homes. And so this would be a typical alley load section. So on the left, you'd have the front yards. Again, the homes are pulled up a little bit tighter, tree lined streets. You're not interrupted with all the driveways, a little bit calmer situation, sidewalk on one side, smaller roadway. You can do little bulb outs for parking on the road if you would like to, or a lot of these types of private areas, we look at providing some off-street parking, and we'll show you some of the examples of that here in a minute. But then that narrows that front section down. That is more of your livable area, a little bit calmer. Then your traffic really comes in and out of your home from the alley side. And so generally you'd have a garage face to face, 28-foot minimum. A lot of times we push that to 30, so you don't hit your neighbor's garage door. But that's where, you know, your fire trucks can still access there, your garbage trucks can access all those things. So we're keeping them out of the street in the front. Then you go to what we call the sub-local. So, you know, local street would be something that would be administered by the county and your real standard streets. Sub-local is where we get, again, locals moving people to bigger and bigger roadways. Sub-locals we get in and we want to make it more human and more livable scale. So you get a little bit smaller roads. So each of these, you can see the line that kind of goes right down through the center line of each of the sections. This is intended to do is show you what are the edge treatment options. What, you know, when we do master plan developments, we like to do a lot of varied cross sections to get, you know, again, you're in townhomes, you're in twin homes, you're in stack flats. What type of uses do you want? And not just one big city standard street. Make it more applicable to the homes that are there. I don't like high back curb when we're doing single family homes because it makes it look much more urban.
Yeah.
Try to bring it down to a little more human scale. So these are the options we're showing of when you get into that sub-local, what can you do on the side? Well, you know, the first one is a sub-local, you know, no sidewalks. This would just be like connecting two blocks. So you're just a simple roadway connection. The next one, make sure we'd have a pedestrian connection, you'd have a sidewalk coming through. Next one, if it's a little bit more of a thoroughfare, we want to move the sidewalk away from the roadway. We detach it and put a planter. We want to keep some street trees consistent or something. We do that. Next one is if we want parking. So say we're in front of, this is a roadway in front of some townhomes. We want to provide some guest parking and we don't want them to just clog up the road. Well, we expand the asphalt just a little bit and we put parallel parking. Next one, we got an amenity, we got a playground. Well, if we've got the road and we're trying to decrease the volumes on the road, why don't we use the road as the backup space rather than building a whole parking lot and we have to put in all this asphalt for? So this would be the type of thing where we do a perpendicular parking stall off of a low volume roadway, and that accesses your amenities. Or that accesses maybe some higher density areas where the traffic is low adjacent to it. So again, sections that are in keeping with the type of development rather than just one standard single section. So next one, this would be your local standard. So I think the 52 foot on the top, that's your local standard. And then we looked at what can we do, maybe make things, shake it up a little bit. If we want to put street parking, okay, well, you can put street parking on the second one, we show street parking, but we bring the sidewalk up and attach it. This next one, you know, we may look again, maybe there's a little bit more public amenity, maybe there's a ballpark or soccer fields. And again, rather than putting all this parking onto the green space, let's utilize some of the roadway as well. And then we just progressively get larger and larger roadways. This next one is. So collector streets, those are great, but I also like to have the advantage of taking a collector street and turning it into more of a pedestrian way. Collector streets are when we start picking up bike traffic and bike lanes. We want to make sure the bike has good movement through the local subdivisions. Once they get to collector, they have a you know, striped lane on the roadway. And then when we get a lot of pedestrian traffic, we're trying to do some kind of pathway. We change the sidewalk on one side into a trail system. And so then we start changing it up just a little bit, changing the lane sizes a little. Like in the second one on the left, you're introducing a trail. Then the next one, you're introducing some additional parking. This one on the right, this is probably your, you know, the biggest cross section you see in most cases. turn lane, 2 travel lanes, parking both sides. This would be a pretty major thoroughfare.
12-foot travel lanes.
12-foot travel lanes, some of the, when you get into the slower speeds, we go down to 11s.
Okay.
But once you get up about 30, 35 miles an hour, we try to keep them 12. And it's that's the tough one, because you get over 12, then now you're on a 40-mile-an-hour street, but you feel like you can go 55. You got to give a little bit of friction on the side for people to keep it slow. And it's, the friction has to be from narrower lanes. It's about the only thing. Or you do bulb outs for the pedestrian crossings. You do some unique things to try to slow them down. Then you got a major thoroughfare. This would be one of the major ones through the project site, a median, 2 travel lanes, bike lane, large planters. The planters in these cases could be used for right turn lanes into heavier uses or into major neighborhoods. And then you'd have trails on both sides of something this large. Okay, one of the things that Charlie had asked is for us to put together how does all this come together? What's the hierarchy of the roads? And so this is a graphic you'll see in the presentation. Spend a lot of time studying this, or we can review this. But again, making the roads mimic the intensities and the uses of the housing, not the other way around. And so, I live in Spanish Fork. You drive down some of the roads in Spanish Fork and they got single family homes on them, and it's probably 120 foot of asphalt. And
Or 150.
or 150, exactly. And I've actually gone to the city and said, what if we put housing in the middle of those? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Not down here.
Yeah, what are we doing maintaining these types of things? But again, make it equal to the intensities that you're trying to serve. Let's let everybody think and feel like they live on a cul-de-sac, because there's a way around for the major traffic to go, but you just know your neighbors are coming through. It's not everybody coming through and cutting through your neighborhood. And so.
And this graphic right here does a great job of showing, right, the marriage between public and private streets, right? And so, obviously on your
color.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, it might be a bad idea. But anyway, this just shows a good graphic of a typical community kind of cross section on how public and private are meant to live together. And that is what Charlie, or in our conversations, we have proposed to add to the description in the code so that this could be allowed. So, yeah. And then tell me where you were, Charlie. You wanted us to bring up the graphic on a community level? Was that?
Yeah, it might even be beneficial to drop a guy on maps, just down in one of the communities that we're talking about, because I'd like them to see, kind of get a feel for the variety of housing options and types within a fairly close proximity, as well as the difference in setbacks from streets.
Yeah, either that or vineyard or.
Are you ready to chat?
Second cousin or so.
He's a friend of mine.
He's his friend of yours? His dad, Paul's a good friend of ours. So this was another thing that Charlie and some of the road department guys had talked about is defining then when we can use these types of roadways. And so the stuff on the left really goes to, average daily trips. When can they be applicable? And we're not going to try to put stack flats onto a private street when obviously that's not going to function. And so there's criteria of when you have to use them, when they have to be connected. So we'll vet that out even more. But let me go to Google Earth and
As Greg's pulling that up, just a little more context for you guys. What you have in front of you is just a proposal to amend the ordinances It doesn't actually apply these amendments to any existing zone that's out there with the exception of the R115, R112, and R110 zone. And so the types of zoning, the R3 zones and the R2 zones that these guys are gonna be asking for, nothing that you do in here will actually apply that to property. That'll have to go through a rezone later. So this is just setting it up for the possibility of it being used in the future.
And ultimately, like with our project, what we're trying to accomplish is we're trying to accomplish a development that can go through without an overlay for the most part. We don't want the county to have to go through and have an extra person or two people on staff reviewing just our plans and permits. If we get our project west of the river approved, just to apply the overlay zone to make sure it's compliant with our little master plan, right? So what we're trying to do is color within the lines. And so if we're gonna get a zone that works, then we can color within the lines and be just as, just treated the same as every other R3 or R2 development that comes before the county. And you guys won't have to have a whole separate staff member trying to figure out and interpret our overlay zone, right? Actually, if we left the code, the zoning ordinance as is, it wouldn't be the end of the world for us, but we would probably come with our master plan, we would come with an overlay zone and say, here, this is how we want to do it, because a lot of the current county zone for R2 and R3 maybe wouldn't work as well for what we're trying to plan out on a grand scale, right?
That's one of the reasons why when we're looking at private, we wanted to make sure we wrote in here that it's got to be a big enough project to keep an HOA useful. We also wanted to make sure it was applicable to master plan communities. When we're talking about these different street cross sections with private, that'll all be implemented through like a development agreement or an overlay. But the rest of the development standards you see in front of you would be applicable to any zone that or to any developer that has one of those zones.
So a lot of the people in the room are recognizing this is one of the first stops we made at our American Fork development. This was that first clubhouse we stopped at with the pool. We parked in that little parking lot just at the bottom of the screen. And then you could see that road to the right is a private street. And you can see all the garages there are loaded off of that private street.
Right.
And then front doors are facing the public street where, you know, that's where everybody circulates and traffic goes through. But then each individual homeowner goes into that private street to access their garage. They can park there and they can have their, you know, garbage cans there off the street. And it's a more appealing community street feel, right?
How many of those units right there are owner occupied versus rental?
They're all owner occupied
That's
in this
correct.
community. There aren't any, there are no builders that held these for rent. Does that make sense?
So those are all homeowner occupied units.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why we picked this spot was to kind of, within just a real quick vantage point, we could pick out 3 different product types, you know, in the community. So kind of over here on this side, this building right here is what it would be referred to as a stacked condo building. These are townhomes down the street, and then you see the single family detached, what we call cottage style detached homes. Matter of fact, when we met, we were kind of chatting about some of the attainable product that we intend to put in with a little bit more emphasis on this product. So as we move forward in our community plan, this is actually the product that we're focusing on. But you'll see the rich mix in a community and how they kind of all come together. So
I'm just gonna tell you right out of the gate, the houses and maybe some towns, the detached house, but when you get to those condos, that's, I'm gonna have to do a lot more research. Right, as I said today.
yeah, and so as a caveat, just so that you're aware, there's a front runner station right here.
Great.
And so this isn't something that you would see, you know, away from the city center or
Out on
not
7500
have
West.
yeah, or not have an allocated reason. And so this community was a transit oriented district. That was the form-based code.
So those condos are all owner occupied.
They are.
What do they sell the condos for?
We sold these over here, you gotta understand, it was about 3 years ago, but we were selling those for like 300,000.
For a condo? How many square feet?
Oh, a lot of those condos are 1,800 square feet. Garage on the bottom floor, the whole nine. Right, so anyway,
Jeff's kids live in there.
yeah, actually, my daughter lives right here. But it's super important to understand this community right here that you're looking at. This was all done with a form-based code, which the county has, and it's targeted for, you know, higher density associated with transit. And so as we've looked at the general plan over there, you know, the county in the general plan actually has the hope is, and we hope as well as developers, right, that light rail actually comes to fruition. This is where you would see something like that. You're not gonna see us going out and doing this on day one, like, that's not what's gonna happen. This
But
is
20 years from now, when the
Correct.
UTA, you know, extends a light rail out west, that's when some of this would come to fruition. Until then, as developers, we can only do what the market is ready for. The
Right.
market's not gonna be ready for condos
No.
out there,
But
probably in the near 10-year or 20-year future,
this
realistically.
product,
Yeah,
yeah, that's our focus.
that
Yeah.
product I could see, actually, I could see that going. I could
Yes,
see that stuff for the driveways or.
Yep.
I mean,
Shared drive.
yeah, like they do in Saratoga. I can see that all
There
day
you go.
long.
There you go, and that's what we see out front, but we're obviously planning a community that's 30 years in the future. And so, you know, I think for the conversation to talk about how the streets live together, you know, we're writing code today or proposing to have code adopted that would allow us to do this in the future, but yeah, this has a specific use. One that, like I said, we really hope that we get there. But yeah, this is a cottage style.
Roundabout, I mean, there's a lot of. Wow.
These things sold so fast, we couldn't, like, it was ridiculous. Which caused us to actually go down around the corner. We had a lot more opportunity to do more townhomes, and we ditched it actually and went to this product.
Cause it sold so easy, so well.
Yeah, it was just super.
And those are big, those are nice, I mean, they're a nice home, they just don't have a lot of yard. That's great,
Which is exactly
what they want.
what it is.
They want,
They want.
fast internet, no long.
Yeah. And then, you know, these folks are all part of the HOA, they go to that same amenity that we've got. There's another amenity that's now built, sitting right there. I mean, you know, so you gotta amenitize your communities to allow for that type of living, but that type of living is very, very much in demand.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
anyway, these lots right here, roughly 4,000 square feet. And, you know, the homes have they
2,400 square foot home.
yeah, some of them are. I would say the average square footage of these are about 19.
Okay.
On the smaller end, the single stories start at about 12 to
Yeah.
1,300.
Correct.
On the main floor, you know,
Yeah.
out west of the river, we're not gonna be doing basements, so.
Oh,
So we anticipate that probably 60 to 70% would be 2-story homes. And then, you know, if somebody does want a main floor living, you know, they'll just build a 1,400 square foot main floor rambler. And it'll be enough for them, you know.
I'm all motivated by, senior 55 type communities to
Yeah.
work together. I'm
Yeah.
really motivated.
Yeah, we've got 3 different types of that product that we're planning for this area. Like some of it is the mansion style assisted living, like, you know, 55 plus, active adult lifestyle. And it's mansion style living where the building looks like one big building, but it's actually 4 to 8 different units, you know, all in one. And then we've got another one where it's all detached housing like this. And then a 4-plex mansion style where it's 4 units that kind of go crisscross with the garages and everybody gets an access garage, but it looks like a
really big house, right? And each unit is 1,800 square feet on the main and 2-car garage, nice little house, but there's lots of different products that we've got. I mean, we've got the luxury of planning over hundreds of acres, right? Not every developer gets to go in and do that. A lot of developers are constrained 20 acres at a time, trying to make the best with what they've got. And so they're gonna make value decisions that are different than ours. We've got the luxury of planning over such large areas that we can make concessions to some of the playscapes and amenities that you'd need to support that kind of a housing, trails and, you know, circulation. So we're the ones in the driver's seat with being able to provide those amenities. So we can actually plan where they go and where they fit into the other communities. And one of the things that we're really excited about is we're trying to pioneer this flex type housing. And I know we've talked to you both about that separately, but we want to do a home that is single family detached, and that's what we've got a little YouTube presentation. Greg made this. It's a fly through of a potential neighborhood that's a flex style community that can grow with the family as they go in and buy it. So it can start out as a cottage style, single family detached home with no garage. And then as they want to, or have the need to add on, they can add on a master suite on the main, build out the back, build a detached garage also. But it's an easy add-on process, something that even I could go out and frame in a weekend. You know, I'm not a skilled laborer. I've never been a framer or anything, but even I could go out and if the foundation's already there and it's a matter of standing 2x4s and going out and doing it on the weekend, I could probably do it. And so this is a cottage style development that we're trying to pioneer where in the initial build of the house, instead of just providing the lot, we also provide the foundation for the future detached garage and the future addition to the house. And then if the buyer wants to develop that in the future and add on to their house and build their garage when they can afford it, or when they need the extra master suite or something, then they can go in and add that in without a whole lot of headache and hassle. But what it does is it creates an entry price for the single family cottage home lower than a townhome price. And so we would go in and you'd be able to buy a house right out of the gate that was a great place for a family to live. And it wouldn't cost them townhome money, and they'd be on a detached, no shared wall.
I think that's the beauty of it is, so if you look at, and Greg will do it, this presentation's real nice, it's got a nice flyover, or fly through, but this would be an example of a full build out. This is your entry door coming off of a common green space. You're rear loaded off of these private streets that we're talking about. And so this is a built out condition, but you can see we call it a flex product because you can do so much with it, right? Here's a home. The foundation is built right here for the potential build of an ADU in the future. Then there's also the foundations in place for the garage to be built at a future time. And so if you kind of look at the plat, there's different conditions, right? Garage is built here, the ADU unit is built here, but not the garage. And so the word or the term flex being, you can flex and build it with the growth of the family. So go ahead. Greg.
Is this really? We got it, just to be fair to our schedules, I know Commissioner Bullis, you've got another meeting and I do too, so.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay, if you would, I don't know how long this video is, but.
It's pretty quick.
I'll just
3 minutes.
My little story as we go here. So Flex came about when everybody's trying to crack the affordability nut. And the discussion is either more density or tiny homes. But that doesn't fit into the home ownership, you know, and family lifestyles of Utah. And so.
Tiny homes don't work if you have 4 kids.
Yeah. So these first ones are the Rambler style homes. So these are all basically the same footprint. So it's 1,080 square feet on the initial build. 2 bedroom, 1.5 bath. And then they can be expanded fully up to about 2,500 square feet and 5 bedrooms in those cases. Sorry, it's a little choppy when I was trying to send it over Zoom. You can see the backyards. What we looked at is, the backyards can be actual usable patios in the interim stages. And so you'll see all different types of stages. So this one, they haven't put the garage on yet, but they have the owner's suite on. This next one, they have a garage on, but they don't have the owner's suite, which would be in the middle.
But the foundation is in.
But the foundation is in. So the big impediments, we do a lot of structural and design for renovations. Well, concrete, structural, roofing, excavation, landscaping, HVAC, plumbing. Those are all the things that keep you from doing any kind of expansions. These, we've taken out the impediments to those expansions. And so the expansion per square foot we're seeing is going to be cheaper than the initial build per square foot because you have the foundation in. The plumbing's already stubbed. You're not putting a new electrical meter in. You're not tearing out your yard to be able to place this. And so your patio is your future owner suite in the interim. And each of these patios, we went through and said, okay, we had $1,500 to spend. What could we do with a patio? And each of these, we have actual items in here from Home Depot or from Lowe's. It's $1,500 or less to make your patio. So, and we tried to, doll up the elevation. So this is a nice, nice neighborhood. The Scandinavian style, the colonial style. And again, these are 20-foot wide, 30-foot deep initial builds. And what we say is it's attainable, and it's also investable. That's where you see the problems is usually, the density housing or the tiny houses are not investable, and so they've got to move to be able to get the family, to grow their family. Well, the intention here is you can double your square footage without doubling your cost, and then you're not putting it on the initial mortgage. And a lot of this too came about my daughter wanted to buy a home, and they said, and this is the lot we want to put it on, and this is the home that they can afford. And the builder said, nope, this is the minimum house you have to put on that. And it's outside their price range. We don't need 4 bedrooms. Well, maybe eventually we'll need 4 bedrooms, but we don't want to mortgage 4 bedrooms. We don't need that 3rd car garage, but maybe we'll want it, but don't want to mortgage it. And so that's where this came about, is how do we get it attainable, investable, and livable through the different life cycles?
And so essentially the code amendments that we've worked on with Charlie for the last 6-8 months has been to be able to have the code updated to be able to allow this type of community planning.
And this particular community would be allowed in the new R3 amended zone.
Yeah.
In the proposed amendments, it would allow us to build this neighborhood in the
Even
R2.
In
the R2 A as well.
We don't have a zone that will allow this kind of community.
No.
Without these changes.
No.
Commissioners, there's a little bit more in here that that's in the proposal that we can get down the weeds at some point in time if you want. If we can get this back on a work session for you guys, or if you're comfortable moving forward with it on a hearing, we can go for a hearing.
Out of respect for Commissioner Frohr, who's not here, I'd like a little more time to soak this in, and it'll refine your presentation a little more. This is a big thing. And so I think it would be well to bring it back another time and just take some time for us to go. This is a big change, a big move. But some of that stuff, the cottage stuff especially is I don't have. I did see, well, I want to close with, do you have any questions? I did see one, a great as I look at different videos now, like you guys are doing, they were starting to use increments of, for instance, he was working on employee housing for his, and he did everything in 16 or 24 widths. And then he did 24, 32, 40 depths, so that they were eliminating waste. Cause everything comes in those, in that 12 metrics of 12, and even heights were the same. I think they were going 12-foot high roofs, because that stuff was really easy to do and get, and the windows were also, there a lot of glass, but a lot of windows and split duct, and it was really just kind of a cool thing. I thought, man, eliminating waste, and they went together quick. They were talking, they were on a fast track, and the way they were putting the houses together, they were building houses and from dirt to moving in 10 weeks.
Wow.
The subs were just, that's how they did it. It was awesome.
And the flex homes, when you get into the flex home, they look different, but the windows are different on the front, but all the windows on the side, interior, everything's the same.
Yeah, that's great.
So we're trying to, personalize it to a degree, but again, you gotta make it look like it's different, but keep the consistency. So these are rectangle foundations. You get so much cost when you start going crazy on foundations.
Yeah.
And we do pop outs, but they're just cantilevers, again, trying to give it a
Cantilevers.
little bit of different look rather than trying to increase the expense. So this is one of my favorite ones, because the top right, that's your initial smaller house.
Yep.
Bottom right, you've got your owner suite and your garage added on. This has an option for, you can either do a deck up there and just have it attached to the owner suite, or you can have stairs, and this could be an ADU. So again, this is really catering to the next generation of buyers. Even we've gone to all the, every 25 to 35-year-old I know, what do you want in the house? I want a huge island with every USB and plug-in port possible. I don't want a kitchen table anymore. I want a nice place to put the TV, very simple, large, open living space. So that's what we're trying to give. Well, one little teaser, we'll go to the floor plan here. So this is the floor plan for the main floor. Then is completely open. This is a 4x8 island. And actually, this island, we want to put it on wheels. You pop it up, you're throwing a party, roll it out of the way. It's plugged into the floor, roll it out. This is the way everybody wants to live now. They don't want to be confined to the dining room, the living room, the cut up things. This is how the next generation is living. And cut down on the maintenance, give them equity. We've looked at this, if you were to move in and buy the initial build, and prices of properties are going up, between 4% and 5% a year. And you're not paying for all the additions, you're just using the initial mortgage. You can build up enough equity within 4 years to be able to build your owner suite and garage.
With the equity.
With the equity.
That you just built.
So
Rather
no
than.
cash out of pocket.
Right.
That's great. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion 9.
Move to adjourn.
Second, all in favor.
Aye.
We're adjourned.
When would the next work session be?